Hello, my friends. Welcome to this amazing course. Hope you're doing well, amazing hacker. This course will be about OWASP ZAP. So, who am I? My name is Wesley Thijs. I am a certified OSCP professional pen tester, owning my own company and having done several pen tests in the past. I like to use OWASP ZAP every single time. It gives me a competitive advantage in a sense that I like to use every single scanner available, and ZAP perfectly fits in there for my needs. Not only that, but ZAP is context dependent what it shows. Plus, above all of this, there's also extensibility, just like Burp Suite, but also scripting possibilities. So, if you're ready to dive in, my name is Wesley. I'm 30 years old. I'm 31 years old already. I have a daughter. I have my own pen testing company. Like I said before, this, I used to be a QA engineer for several years. And I used to be a programmer as well. I got my networks degree as a bachelor. So I also have certificates like CCNA and ISTQB Technical Test Analyst. Let's dive into the course, shall we? So what is ZAP? ZAP is a man-in-the-middle proxy. There are more of them out there, such as Charles Proxy or ZAP's biggest competitor, Burp Suite Pro. So let's get a little bit deeper into what ZAP is and what it is not, and then we'll look at how we can use it in a better way. One thing I would like to point out is that ZAP is being developed by volunteers completely, which is amazing if you ask me. Whereas Burp Suite, which is what it's often compared to, has a big team, because if your tool costs 400 euros per year and you sell a bunch load of them, then you'll probably have some pretty decent automated scanners. That being said, OWASP ZAP's automated scanners have found things for me that Burp Suite have not. So let's get into the course, shall we, my friend? So what I'm doing right now is I'm running OWASP ZAP in GUI mode, but of course I can also run it in command line interface mode, and that allows me to easily integrate into existing command CI/CD pipelines. So that way I can easily run automated scans completely for free. Why would you not do this, is what I always ask myself. So you have safe mode, as you see at the top left, protected mode, standard mode, and attack mode. These are modes in which you can put OWASP ZAP, and basically attack mode means that anything that is in scope will be attacked immediately. It will be automatically scanned. You also have standard mode, and if you don't know exactly what all of these things mean anymore, that is not a huge problem. You always can open the help interface right here, and if you're looking for a specific topic like the modes, you can look for them. Let's see, you can look for attack mode, for example, and then we can see we have a attack mode in here, which we can click on, by the way, and then we can see safe mode, no potentially dangerous operations permitted, such as automated scans. Protected mode, only the ability to perform potentially dangerous actions on URLs that are in scope. Standard, we can do anything even if URLs are not in scope. And then we have attack mode. As we can see, new nodes that are in scope are actively scanned as soon as they are discovered. So we have those possibilities. And what do we mean by dangerous operations? Spidering, active scanning, fuzzing, forced browsing, breaking, intercept, and resending requests. So if we want to intercept requests, if we want to break, that is what this green little button here is for. You can set breaks on all of the requests and responses. Now, if I put things into safe mode, as you can see right now, I have into safe mode. I will add some things later on, and then we will turn to this. and you'll see that in safe mode I won't be able to do things like actively scan those URLs. So that is it for the ZAP modes. Then on the welcome screen you can see that you have contexts, you have your sites, and then you have your automated scans, manual exploration, learn more, and some more information about ZapCon at the moment of recording. Of course, that's going to be replaced by news, and at the bottom you have some history, the search. As you can see, you can search through everything, then the alerts and the output. Now at the top you can set a new project. You can open an existing project if you like. Then you can save your project. You can persist your session, as they call it, because the ZAP consists, when you start it up, of a server and a database. And all of those actions are stored in a database, and you have to save that specific session. You can create snapshots of your session, and you can set some properties of your session as well. Then of course we have options in which we can configure things like concurrency as well. Now we also have some UI options like dynamically switching look and feel, which will change the look of my ZAP. Then I can show all tabs or only the ones that it thinks are relevant at that moment. I can also show the tab icons and not show the names to make it a little bit less cluttered if I know what I'm talking about anyway. And then you can see that I can play around with the layout of the windows a little bit as well. And this specific window, it talks about the layout of the top right window. So we also have add-on managers. We can check for updates. We can show / enable fields. Then the breaking, as we said before, with resuming on the next step and just resuming, and binning the requests and the responses, in other words, throwing them away, adding custom HTTP breakpoints, which we can also choose to not intercept the full traffic, but only parts of it with the custom breakpoints. And we have the scan policy manager, which we'll get into later. Forced user mode, which is disabled since we don't have any forced users. And then we can record a zest scripts, look at that user guide that we were talking about, disabling the ZAP HUD, which we'll get into more later as well. Open up the browser that we've configured, and we can generate reports as well, which are very useful, of course. So why would you use ZAP over Burp Suite, you might be wondering. All of this is free. In Burp Suite, you don't even have the option to save your project if it's in the free version, and that's kind of terrible for me because I have to be able to save my project to work efficiently. Now, that's it for the GUI of ZAP. We'll get more into some of these details that we looked at, and we'll start off with the contexts. Default context, but we can also add more contexts, starting from specific nodes if we would like that, or we can just edit our existing one. As you can see, this has in scope and out of scope sections as well. Only thing is they're named differently. Then we can set up some structural settings, set up which technology it can and cannot intercept, set up some authentication if we have that ability, and if we have users, of course, then we can use that authentication to create users and create forced users. Then we have some session management as well, which we can set up together with authorization. Then we have some access control rules. We have custom pages and alert filters. That's it for the context. I know that was pretty quick, but there isn't much more to this. Pretty useful little tool. It is just the scope settings. A lot of people think it's more, but if you're looking for your scope, this is where you're gonna find it. So let's have a look at that side tree at the left over here, because as you can see, When I'm automatically scanning or manually exploring my application, then I can actually fill up my site tree. And while I do that, I can right click it and I can perform an attack, for example, or I can automatically include it in context or the whole site, of course. Then I can run certain applications if they're configured. Those are Windows or desktop native applications like Windows, Linux, Mac OS, flagging as contexts. We can exclude this from contexts. Note how we cannot exclude this from the default context automatically, but we can include it. We'll have to make another context to exclude it automatically. Then we can open this URL in the system's browser, copy those URLs to the clipboard, which I can then feed into other tools later on, such as, I don't know, SQL Map for automatic testing. We can delete this node, export all the URLs to a file, export only the selected URLs to a file. We can break on there, which remember is the intercept. We can invoke certain scripts. We can add zest script as well. And then we can expand and collapse all of the nodes. That is not something too special. We can refresh the sites tree and we can save the raw request headers, as you can see, our body depending on which nodes we are, and we can save as XML as well. So that's in our site. Now let's go over that automatic scanning, shall we? Because over here on the right, we have automatic scanning, which you will be greeted by as you start up OWASP ZAP. In that automatic scanning, I can set up an URL to attack, or I can select it from my site tree as well if I'd like. And then I can select the option to use a traditional spider, which is going to literally spider my application. Any link that it sees, it's going to click on. I can use an Ajax spider with Firefox headless, or we can choose any browser that's installed on our system here. We can stop or start the tests, and that's about it in here. You cannot set up a lot more, but we do have a scan policy manager as well. Now, when we start from there, that option is not available, but we have that option available if we start from the attack cell. So we right click our URLs, we attack, and then we active scan. We can see that we have a policy in here. Now I cannot select it because use of the policy tab to change policy in advanced mode is not available via here. We have to use this policy tab. Now, if I want to get that back, of course, I can just disable my advanced options and I can select one of those items again. For the rest here, you really don't have to remember that much. Just remember that you can set up a context and users if you have set them up as well. And you can choose to recursively do that active scan. Now, under those advanced options, you have some filters, such as things that you don't want, certain status codes that you might not want. You have input vectors, custom vectors, where you can set your own vectors even, technologies like we saw before in the contexts, and the policy, the scan policy, which is how, with a threshold, how far you want to go before alerting, and a certain strength, how deep do we want to test, and even indicate the quality of the test cases. We can set that policy per client browsing, per information gathering, injection, miscellaneous, and server security as well. Now, if I want to set up one of those scan policies, I have my scan policy manager up here in the top right, or I can go to analyze and then scan policy manager, and then I can add more of those scan policies where I see fit, like examples for a cross-site scripting one. So that's it for my automated attacks. Afterwards, I'm going to have an attack done. Alerts will be generated. And of course, it's up to me to investigate those alerts. feel free to do this on hexpert.com, by the way. That is my lab server, and you're throughout this course free to attack it. Hexpert.com or hexpert.com/labs if you would like to get all of them. Thank you very much. See you in the next. Now let's talk a little bit about fuzzing, because if we right click and we attack, we can also see fuzzing pop up. So fuzzing, by the way, if you didn't notice, you have this little plus here. You can always get the fuzzer from there, and you can start a new fuzzer that way, HTTP or WebSocket. Yes, they even have WebSocket fuzzers, which is really freaking useful. Now, right now, I'm going to set up a fuzzer like this, and then I can select basically in the header text or in the body text, I can select one of these items of text, and then I can add, as you can see, a fuzz location to it. On that fuzz location, I need to add a payload as well, of course, which can be a string, it can be numbers, it can be JSON. Sometimes you might just want to count from 1 to 9999 if you're just going through identifiers, and you can do it with an increment of 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Even have a preview available, and save that as well if you want to save your payload list for later usage. Afterwards, you will have a fuzz location added. You can again set up your options for concurrency when it comes to threading and your message processors as well. We can also set payload processors on here. For example, if our payload needs to be base64 encoded first, there definitely is a possibility to do that. Thank you very much. On to the next one. Oh, I almost forgot. We have an option to follow redirects as well. For example, if I'm fuzzing http://hexpert.com, I'm not gonna find anything because on HTTP it redirects to HTTPS, which is why you always need to follow that redirect if possible. All right, on to the next. Now we can also do something called directory brute forcing, and we have to right click again. This is paid, but in Burp Suite, by the way, we can, Burp Suite Pro that is, we can right click and we can see forced browse a site or a directory. And these are basically your directory brute forcings. You can pick a word list, you can pick a specific site, and it's going to start working on it. Now, what is the difference between a site and a browse directory? As you can see, there is a whole lot of difference there when it comes to settings, and that is because your, there we go, site is going to browse the entire site, whereas your directory is literally going to just browse one of those directories. And of course, we have the ability to browse their children as well. It's kind of in the name, of course, but if you're not fully aware of it, now you know what those mean. Onwards into the interrupter. Now about the interrupter, we can be very brief, of course, because we've already seen it before. We can interrupt requests, we can break on requests, so that is the interrupter that we know beforehand. We can make some changes, send the request onwards, and then we can play a little bit with it, where we can submit the step to the next request or response, and then we can submit and continue to breakpoint as well. Bind requests, and so we can add custom HTTP breakpoints in here as well. So that means when a URL matches one of these items, for example, then it will manually break as well, and it will not break on every single one of them. We've seen this before a bit already, but we can also add on add-ons as well, of course. There's quite a lot of add-ons possible, and as you can see, go through all of them. There's a few that I like, such as the X control tester. That is one that I really like. You have active scan rules as well. But for the rest, I'm not a big fan of extensions, since I think the base functionality is already plenty for what I need at that moment. All-in-one notes is also a good extension, of course. but for the rest, it really depends on your personal preferences. So I advise you to go through this, install some extensions, and see where it goes. Don't install every single extension at once, of course, because that's going to be a huge memory hog, and you might need 32 gigabytes to run that thing. Just like we've seen automated scanning before, we can also do manual scanning. And manual scanning will enable us to grab our HUD. Now our HUD, it's our heads-up display. Whenever we go to a website, on the right side, we will see some information about the site, and on the left side, we will see some information about the page that we're on, some information about the vulnerabilities that have been found, and we can start tools like the spider from this HUD. Also really useful, again, we can choose Firefox or Chrome, or we can set up our own browser or system even to go through the, if you go right to the options menu, we have some local proxies as well. This is where you set up your proxy settings. If you want to change anything like your port number, for example, that is definitely a possibility. So that's where you change those items. We can manually browse, and we have ZAP HUD as a possibility as well. Alright, so let's talk about a small pen test according to their guide. Now they recommend starting with exploration. Of course, we have to set up our scope properly, then explore a little bit. Then we can spider our target, so we can right click attack spider our target, and we can go and see which URLs are available. After that, we can go to the forced browse for some directories if we like. Now, when we have each URL, when we have a forced browsing operation going on, then we have the directories as well, giving us even more attack surface. Then it really becomes time for an automated scan. Now, the automated scan, really useful. You can set up your profiles as thoroughly as you want. Remember, in your scan profiles, in your scan policy manager right here. And then, not to forget, you can even right click and you can attack port scan your host. That is also a possibility. Then you can take that information and you can go look for exploits for that specific version. And then as last, you can also do your manual testing. Last but not least, very, very important. Be mindful of the word lists that you use while you do it, and also be mindful that these are just a few steps, very, very oversimplified of what you have to do for a pen test, but it should give you an idea and a good starting ground. Thank you very much. My name has been Wesley Thijs. This has been a pleasure teaching you, and I will see you in one of my next courses on my social media, on Twitter as the thexssrat, on YouTube as the thexssrat, or on Udemy as Wesley Thijs. You can go to hackspert.com for my labs, and you can go to the thexssrat.com for my courses. Bye, amazing hackers. Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? Welcome to Uncle Rat's course on setting up a mobile Android testing lab. We'll also go over my methodology real quick. So, without further ado, let's get right into it, shall we? Now, today we're going to talk a little bit about why we need to do certificate pin bypassing, what Frida is, and some of the requirements that you're going to need to set up your mobile testing laboratory. We'll also set that up completely and install everything that we need, and then we'll set up the Frida server as well. After that, we can configure Burp Suite, and then we can use our script to inject our certificate pinning bypass. So that's quite a lot of steps, but I'll assure you guys it's not as hard as it seems. Now, first of all, some tips and tricks for you guys, because as a test automation engineer, I've had my struggles with test automation. And one of them is the certificate pinning, because we also did some security testing, and to do that properly we had to do certificate pinning bypass. You guys might be wondering, what the heck is that? Well, we'll get some more into that later on, but basically comes down to the fact that we need to insert our Burp certificate to intercept and decipher the HTTPS traffic. Just like any other HTTPS website, all these applications will also encrypt their traffic using certificates. Now, what you have to know is that we will use Android 7.1 or higher than that. But the devices need to be rooted before the device will accept those Burp certificates. If you use Android 6 or lower, you don't have to root the device. That's important to know, because some applications, some targets, they might not run on Android 6 or lower. Usually they'll run on 7. If they don't, you can upgrade to 8, 9 and 10 and all that stuff. Sorry about that pop-up, by the way, guys. But if they do work on Android 6 or less and you don't want to root your device, this can be an option for you. Now, you can use Genymotion or Android Studio Virtual Device Manager for this. We'll be using Genymotion for this. But it's important to know you can just as easily use the Android Studio Virtual Device Manager. And sometimes the Frida script that we use, it won't work. That's because some programs use a little bit more sophisticated custom certificate pinning, and then we'll need to do some different stuff, but that's outside of the scope of this course. We'll mostly focus on standard applications like Twitter, for example. That's where this course will work on. Now, it's really important that you guys can use objections as well. That's a framework built on top of Frida, but again, we won't be going into this very much in this course. Now, you might be wondering, Uncle Rat, why do we need the certificate pinning bypass that you keep talking about? And it's really simple, actually. As I told you guys before, mobile apps, they encrypt their traffic using HTTPS, just as websites would do. They use the same certificates that websites would do, and we can insert our Burp certificate into Android to capture those requests. But developers might protect against this kind of behavior to make it harder for us hackers to actually break our target. They can really easily do this by implementing what's called certificate pinning. This is when your application checks to make sure that only its own certificate is used to encrypt the traffic. Now, our solution to that is we can basically overwrite that piece of code that checks which certificate is being used. And we'll use Frida for that. There's also a link to learn a little bit more about Frida, but basically Frida is like a grease monkey for native apps. What it does is it dynamically injects pieces of code, and those will let you overwrite already existing code. It can do that in Windows, macOS, Linux, iOS, Android, QNX. So Frida is freaking amazing, guys. It gives you some simple tools that are also built on top of the Frida API, which we won't be using that much of, but they can be used as is, or you can change them completely because they're open source and you can go in and make necessary changes. So as for the requirements, you might be wondering, okay, so I know what Frida is, I know what certificate pinning bypass is, what do I need, Uncle Rat? Well, if you want to get started, you'll need to connect a real device via USB, or you need to download Genymotion and create an emulator. For the recommended emulator, I would recommend you guys create a Google Pixel XL device, and the least amount of Android version I would recommend is 7.1 Plus for the reasons that I mentioned before. Some applications, they might not support older Android versions. And then we need to install those Frida packages for Python. We can either do that using the Python module pip, or we can directly install it using pip. It'll depend a little bit on how the setup of your Python is on your computer. After that, we also need the platform tools, and we need the Android device bridge, debugger bridge. I noted down device bridge, but it's the debugger bridge, of course. and that's one of the platform tools that's provided for us. So we'll download those entire platform tools. We'll extract all of them to our local drive, just like we see in here. If we go back to the documents real quick, and we'll go to the mobile course. Here we have the platform tools, and in here we have ADB. Now, you also need the following script to bypass certificate pinning. This is a universal script. Some apps will use more custom certificate pinning and will need more custom scripts for those apps, but again, that's a little bit outside of the scope of this course. Now, to start, first of all, start your emulator and then go to settings and the developer options, and in there you can tap to enable USB debugging. That will be important because if that's not enabled, we can't go and actually interact with the device from our computer. We'll need to do that for sure, especially if we want to work with ADB. And then we also want the path where we extracted our ADB to into our path variables. This is so that when we type ADB, we know that the command prompt will actually scan all the paths that we have in our path variable, and then it will look in those paths if it can find an executable with the name that we've typed. So to do that on Windows, we can just copy the location of the ADB path. For example, C users, downloads, platform tools. And then we can press the Windows R key and we can enter sysdm.cpl and whatever pops up. And then we can click on the Advanced tab. Now in the system variable window, you can find a path variable, which you can click to edit. And you can click New, which will add a new entry for a path, and you just enter the path that you entered in here. So simple as that. Then you've added ADB to your path variables. You should always restart your command prompt as well. That's pretty important, otherwise Windows won't load those new path variables. On Linux, it's pretty similar, only we have to change a file there. I still have Windows on here, but of course that's not Windows, that's Linux. That's also changed in the final version of this presentation. We need to change to our home directories, and then we need to open the bash source file, bash rc file I mean, and we need to add a following line, and we need to replace that directory here, which is not the JDK directory, but the local ADB there, of course. Again, it will also be changed. You need to replace this with the directory of your ADB, which will be the platform tools directory again. And then you need to export that path variable. So that's what this command is going to do. We'll save that file, and then we'll use the source command to force Linux to reload that bash rc file. Normally, every time you log in, that also happens automatically. But since we don't want to log out and log in every time that we add something to our path variable, we can force that using the source command. For Frida, okay, so now we have our mobile emulator running. We actually need to set up a Frida server on that mobile device. And to do that, we need to get the Arch version of the device by running this command. And this will run that ADB tool, which is why we had to add it to our path variables. And it will run the shell command, and it will get the property, this specific one. That will show us which version of Android we are working with, and we need to download and extract, really important guys, extract the server version of Frida from this web page here. And you need to make sure it's the server version, and you need to make sure that you extract it as well. Then we need to push Frida server to the device and give it permissions to execute, of course. So for Windows, that would be ADB push and then your Windows path to the Frida server. And this is the path on the device, which would be data local temp, just a temp folder. And on Linux, we can do the same ADB push and then the ADB path to the Frida server, only the Linux path this time. And again, push it to the data local temp. And then we want to change mode to 777 so we can execute this. And we want to do this to the Frida server. Now your file might not be named Frida server, so be mindful that you actually use the correct file name in here. Now to set up Burp, really easy, just open Burp Suite, go to your proxy tab and then open these options tabs here. And then you have a button, import export CA certificate. If you click that, you can export your certificate in a dir format, which is really cool. Make sure you do that in this case because we need that certificate. And then we need to push that certificate onto our device. We need that later for Frida, so it's very important that this step goes right. And we do this using the adb push command, and we will push our cert.dir to the data local temp folder again, and we'll rename it to the cert extension. This is important because we'll need that cert extension later on. Make sure you have that correct. Now the script to bypass that certificate pinning also needs to be on the device. So that script that we downloaded earlier, we can push that onto the device using the adb push command again. And in here we either enter our Windows or our Linux path to the fridascript.js, and we want to again push it to the data local temp on the emulator device or on our real device, of course, that's also possible. And then we want to check and run that Frida server on that device. Now if we execute this command, adb shell data local temp Frida server and the ampersand command, this will execute our Frida server in the background. And then of course we can list all the processes running on the device using the Frida ps -u command. If this command gives you trouble, something went wrong when you pip installed your dependencies. So take a look at that again, make sure those are correct, and then if those are correct, then maybe you need to troubleshoot a little bit further, but those should be popping up then. Now we need to locate our package from that list, and we can easily just do that by looking at the name of the application we are looking for example Twitter, and with that package name we can then start up our script to inject the bypass for our certificate pinning. Now to do this, real simple again, we need to execute the Frida command -u and then the -f, and here you fill in your package name, the one that we got from the previous step, and then we add the -l parameter, and here we add the fridascript.js file on our computer. We add a few other options, and this needs to be in a new rule because this would be an example, and this is fixed in the new version of the PowerPoint as well, of course. So it would be like frida-u-f com.twitter.android-l d fridascript.js --no pause. And then if we execute this, we have bypassed our certificate pinning, guys. If we now browse through our application, we should no longer be seeing those annoying warnings that our certificate pinning is not happening correctly, or that we have some SSL errors in Burp. Because let's face it, guys, that's really annoying, and we just want to test our application. Well, now you know how. If you still get errors, that might be because the fridascript.js is not right, because it's again a very broad default script, but your target might have their own custom implementation of the certificate pinning in place, and it's really important that we do have our own script for that, and there are some other tools that can help us there. Now onto the methodology. So first of all, it's really cool that you guys want to test mobile applications, but what's really important as well is that you pick the right platform and the right target for you, because if you pick the wrong target, you might think that the type of vulnerability you are looking for doesn't even exist in the wild. But guys, guess what? These dependencies are these vulnerabilities, I mean, of course, are highly dependent on your target as well, and on what technology they have underlying, but also what type of business logic they have built into them. So it's very important to pick your platform properly, and there are three major players in my opinion. Those are just the major ones. Of course, there are also some smaller players, some private platforms like Synack to which you have to apply, and then there's programs who have their own security.txt on the website. We can do some Google dorking to find those. There's also firebounty.com, which collects all of these security.txt files into one big searchable database. So with that in mind, I'll describe the big platforms first. For me, my favorite would be Integrity. I really, really love Integrity. It's kind of become my home. This happened because when you actually report something on Integrity and it turns out to be an invalid vulnerability, you don't get negative points as of the recording of this video, which is the 28th of January 2021. It might be changed in the future, so make sure you check that. It also happens to be that in Integrity, there is a lot of the types of targets that I like to hunt on. There's a lot less competition than some other big bounty platforms, and there's also a really, really good community support for us, because if you do report a few good vulnerabilities, you might get invited to their Slack channel where you can talk to the people at Integrity directly. That will make things a lot easier if you have some questions, of course. Now, all of these points are based on my opinion, guys. Opinions can change and alter over time, so it's really important that you do make up your own mind and think a little bit. You need to pick a program that's right for you, and I encourage you to check that out yourself. Now, these bullet points that I've made are useful, but you should always do your own research, of course. You don't have to pick one of these major platforms. That's also very important to know. You can choose a regional or smaller platform, which might have a lot less competition, but then also they will have a lot less programs to pick from. Now, Integrity, they have a little bit of a smaller selection as compared to Bugcrowd or HackerOne, but that's not necessarily a terrible thing in my opinion. It's about the quality of the targets that matter, not about the quantity. That being said, I in no way am convinced that HackerOne or Bugcrowd contain negative targets, like these targets which have very small scopes or which don't have a lot to hack on. I am in no way convinced that the bigger bug bounty platforms have a lot more of those. Let that be clear. So what's also going to be a disadvantage for some of you for Integrity is that their programs are going to be in Dutch or some other European language. But that can also be an advantage if you just install the translator plugin. It's a barrier for English-speaking people, and that's really an advantage for everybody as a hunter, because if barriers are raised, other hackers drop off, which gives us more chance for actually finding those vulnerabilities without them being a duplicate. Now, there could also be a little bit more public programs, in my opinion, on Integrity, but there's at least a very good selection to start up with and to choose from. HackerOne, I don't have a lot of experience with that platform, but they host CTFs that gives you private invites when you find a flag. Really freaking cool. They have a huge selection of programs, a huge selection. They have great triagers as well, and they'll actually help you out, and they'll write comments on your report, which will guide you in a direction to help you along on your journeys. Really important for me that they don't just say, okay, report invalid. If you create an invalid report, you will get negative karma. However, get too much of that and you will have to prove yourself in a trial period. This means that you can't submit for a number of days, and if you do, you have a number of reports, number of trial reports to prove yourself. Since it's also the biggest bug bounty platform, there might be quite a lot of competition, but also a lot of targets to distribute your competition upon. As for Bugcrowd, they have a lot of positive items as well. They have a huge selection again, but those are the guys I am least familiar with, so I don't have a lot to say about them. As for picking a program, for me, again, it's like picking a shoe. Make sure that you pick a program that fits, because you don't want to walk on blisters all week long. Believe me, you don't. And I really want to always test applications that have a lot of functionality in them, preferably even different levels of privileges, where I can create my own users even. Those are usually business to business applications, and I'll update these examples as well with some more that have mobile applications in them. Some general tips: try not to take very broad scope targets. Recon is going to do you no good in mobile pen testing. It might do you a little bit good, but it's not going to be the end all be all. Take a main application that has a lot of functionality in there and make sure that you focus on the things that we will talk about in a few moments. Now, as for vulnerability or paid programs, I usually recommend vulnerability disclosure programs where they give you points, no payment, because when you do, there will be less hackers, because there's no pay again. Less hackers is always good for us. They might be a lot less hardened due to their nature as well, since they don't have to pay you money when you find a vulnerability. And if you get some points, you will get private invites, and you will get points if you report vulnerabilities that are actually good. So fine-tune your strategy on vulnerability disclosure programs, wait until the paid programs follow, and then hack like your life. Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? Welcome back. Hope you're all doing well today. Let's talk a little bit about Postman and API testing, because of course Burp Suite is not the only tool that we can use in our arsenal. Now, Postman is a really cool tool specifically made for API testing, and we're going to go through it live. So if I make a mistake, bear with me. I think mistakes are learning experiences, which is why I don't cut them out as often. Now, first of all, we're going to need to make a workspace. Now, for me at least, I make one specific workspace, and then I make collections per target. Collection is basically a term for Postman, and collection is a collection of API calls that you can execute. So let's call this one test for the workspace, because after this I'm going to throw this workspace away. Of course, there's no team in here yet. You can invite team members, up to 2 others in the free version. So it might be an idea to do that. And of course you can upload a file as well, which we might do. I like uploading my own graphics to this kind of stuff. So let's put this one in. This one was made by Clucky. Oh, right. Sorry, this is my mistake, first mistake. Try to upload a bulk invite people and upload the image file. Way to go, Mr. Rat. There we go. So we have our workspace now. This is our workspace completely. It might seem barren and weird and strange, but we're going to go through all of this. And we're going to go through all of this with the use of this JSON placeholder API. It's basically just a test API that we can use to execute our calls on and to see what we can do. Now, first of all, you guys know what a get call is, you guys know what a post call is, so I'm not gonna explain that kind of stuff anymore. Let's dive straight in and create a request. They have a request on the home page. As you can see, they're fetching specific to-dos, so that's something that we can also do. Now you can create your workspace per target if you want. That way you can create a collection per feature. I like to keep my collections per target. So first things first, I'm going to create my collection, and of course this one is going to be a collection for the JSON placeholder type. So let's just rename it collection. There we go. And then of course I can do some git stuff in here if I want to as well. I can also run my collection, as you guys can see in here, and we'll talk about the runner later. And then you can set up your authorization for every single request in your collection. That way you won't have to set it for every request separately, but there are other ways as well. We have a pre-request script, which is really useful. There are several things we can do with this. If we want to manipulate our data in any way, for example, base64 encoded before we send it over, that's possible. If we want to grab data from another page, insert it in here, and change some values in it, that's also possible. So that's what the pre-request script is for. And the test is, as it says, for testing. But you can also do other stuff with this test tab. You can, for example, extract variables from a specific call. But that's something we're going to talk a little bit more about later. Then we have a variables specific as well to this one collection. Now, you have variables in Postman that run on specific levels. So you have your global variables. Your global variables will run on everything, on every workspace, on every collection, on every single API call that's being made. Then you have your environment variables. Those will depend on the environment that we set here. At the moment we don't have one yet, but we'll get deeper into that later on as well, of course. Then you have your collection variables. You can also have a variable specific to an API call if you really have to. So there are many different scopes of these variables, and I advise you to look into it because, of course, we can go over them all, but I think it's more useful if you look into it before the next episode, and then maybe you can compare the results that you got from me. So basically right now we don't want any of this stuff. I just want to write myself one API call, that's it. So what they're doing is a GET request here, very simple. That's something that we can do as well. So now we have our collection in here, JSON placeholder collection. Now we need a new request, of course. So we have several different ways of doing that. I just used the plus here. This is the collection, this is the collections tab, of course. There we go, another environment. There's also the APIs tab, the environments tab, the monitors tab, and the history tab. Now I don't know why I don't see my collection in here, but let's try this real quick. Nope, not seeing my collection. That's not very fun. So why is it not showing? Is there a filter? No, there's no filter set. It's not that important, but I do need my collection for my requests, of course. I'm going to have to look into this later on. Now, I'm just going to go back to here, and then I can create my API request in here as well. There we go. And this API request, again, I'm going to need a GET request to this specific URL. Oh, I didn't copy it properly there. There we go. There we go. So that's a call to a URL with a specific URI in it, and that's going to return a value if I make it. It's as easy as that. There's nothing that you can do in here like that's easier, just a very basic GET request. Then we can play with the parameters a little bit if there are parameters, of course. For this one, you can see that the only parameter in here will be the to-dos, and then we can just change the value of the to-dos if we want to. That's a possibility. See if we can get a to-do that we're not supposed to be able to see, for example. So that's one environment that I'm talking to. This is the environment specifically. Now, let's say that this environment here can change. Sometimes it's this, sometimes it's tst.jsonplaceholder.typecode, and that might be the test environment. So let's make this into a variable. Now, I don't have a variable for this yet. The cool thing about Postman is if you just double click it and select a value, for example, I want this value, the whole value in here. Quickly select that, there we go. This whole value should basically be a variable. Then I can select it, I can say set as new variable, and this one will be the URL. Set the scope, and then I can set my scope to global, environment, or collection. Again, there's no environment set, so it's not possible to set it as an environment variable. In this case, it's global, this variable. Now, why would you want to do this? Let's create another request, shall we? Because there's more, of course. There's a request to the /posts that we can make. So let's insert this request as well. Let's call this request something different now. Let's see how we can rename it. There we go. No, that's not the one. Let's just save our request. So we have our collections here. I don't know why I'm not seeing them in my list in the left options menu, but I'll look into that and I'll get back to you guys in the next video. So now I have saved my specific request. I can give it a name as well. In this case, it's going to be the get for the to-dos slash value, of course. And this will help me understand my request better, see what it's all about. Now, since I am not seeing it in here, I'm going to be very careful that I don't close it in here, that I might lose it. And now we have our second request. So the same thing is going to happen. We're just going to grab all of the posts in here, all of them, not the specific one. But now let's say we have 2 calls. What if we want to change this URL? It's going to take a lot of patience to change the URL in 100 requests. That's exactly why I always make my URL variable. Really interesting functionality for Postman, that you can make it variable that easily. You can just double click it, set as variable, and you're done. Of course, the scope matters, so let's start by setting up an environment. That's something we haven't done yet. I can click the eye here, and then I can see which variables are active at the moment, also the initial values and the current values, because those can change over time. So it's important that we know that. And now we have an environment open in front of us. This is going to be, let's call this the test environment. And we can put the URL variable in here, but for me, let's see, so I can't put the URL variable in here right now, sorry about that. And then it would be gone from the global variables list. It's pretty useful to do that, and I would definitely recommend it. Now, very basic request, again, JSON post, nothing specific about this. We can name the request something differently. Let's call this one get posts, get slash posts. There we go, there's no identifier behind it. And that's our get request. Now let's talk a little bit about post and put requests as well, because that's something that we haven't done before. We can make a post request to the post call. So let's say I have a put request. As you guys can see here, you can make a put to a specific post. So let's do that, shall we, real quick. Let's grab post number 2. Let's see what its current value is. And then let's make a put call to that specific endpoint. Now, some of you might have already seen this. It's not going to work like this because I don't have any variables. All I can see now is my ID is 2. So let's make it a get request again to see what we need, what we have here. It turns out that body is going to be one of these specific parameters that we can adjust. So body is something that's going to be in our body because it's going to be a put request again. And then this body, let's just change it to a form data, or let's make it raw. That's easier. There we go. And I can just paste my values in here, and then I can possibly change some of these values. So let's see what this gives me. It says ID number 2 in here. I don't know if it worked right now. So what I can do again is make a get request. I'm going to make it a new get request because this one is our post request now. And then I'm going to make a get request to that specific post that we've talked about before. Now, it gives us back values, but they didn't work. It can be that the API here is at fault, I say, but it can just be like, as you see, I didn't read their guide properly, but the put methods, that's something that we can look into right now. So let's see, the put method, it's patching a resource. So that's going to be a patch. Then we have a put, that's it, this one. So as you can see here, they also have the same things as we do. They have a method, a put method, a specific body, That's something that we also have right here in our request. So let's make it a put request. Let's grab that real quick again. There we go. So we also have a body. Only thing is ours is raw data, as you can see here, which is not the correct format because they expect some JSON data. So we need to, of course, form data is good. That's okay. We can put our variables in here. We can also just make sure that we give it that specific input value that it needs, that we give it that JSON file by setting the content type, as you can see here, to application/JSON. That's something that we can do. It's a specific header in this case. So as you can see, there are quite a lot of hidden headers already. And we can add another key in here. Keys is going to be the variable names. And this is going to be content type as a header. And we're working on the put requests here, right? Yep, that's put requests. Let us quickly rename that as well so that we don't keep getting confused by it. There we go. And then we add that header. There we go. And let's add the value as well. Et voila. There we go. We changed that. Let's try it again with raw data. Let's see what it says now. As you can see, it's colored in nicely. That's because it now knows what we're talking with. And as you can see, the body has been updated in this case. So we've just created a put request in here. And in this put request, we can change specific values. Now, we know how to make a get request, we know how to make a put request, and this time I forgot to replace this with a variable. So let's do that real quick. Now you can also see what it looks like. If I know what the variable name is, I can just click it and bam, I have my variable. So super useful tool. That's a get request, a post request, a put request. Post request is going to be very similar. Then you have your delete request, of course. Delete request is just a URL. And then you also have a host of other options that you can get by calling the options method. If you do it like this, options on this specific URL, it should return this what you can do, but I think I'm doing something wrong here. I just need the options. No, it's not returning it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, a options call would return what's possible, which calls can be made on that endpoint. So let's look a little bit about these other things, because of course you can also patch a resource, same thing. We just need to make sure that we have the good header there. Patch is going to be probably just only one specific field. And then deleting a resource is something that we can also do. It won't be deleted for real, as you can see here. And as you can see here, if we patch or put, the resource will not really be updated on the server, because of course that would mess up the server for quite a lot of people. Now, something else I wanted to show you as well is, let's say we want a filter on that. Let's say we have a parameter in the URL here. This endpoint, let's make a new endpoint. Let's copy this one over. Is that possible? No, let's just create a new API call then. So we're going to create a new API call. This is going to be a GET request to this specific URL. And again, I'm going to make my URL itself variable. There we go, user ID equals 1. And now if I send this over, you can see that I grab all of the posts from a specific user. So now I have some parameters in here. These parameters are things that I can play with. I can try user ID equals single quote, and I should be maybe expecting a database error. I can also try double quote, of course. There's many different things that you can do. You always have to judge each parameter in its own right. So that's how you create all of these specific calls if you don't have things that are set up for you. Sometimes targets will expose a complete WSDL file is what they're called, and they basically contain a description of their entire API. You can easily import that into Postman, and that way you can very easily get started. You don't have to spend a lot of time setting things up properly. You can basically just immediately get started. Now, besides the collections, of course, we can also have a monitor. So if we have a collection that we want to run every now and again, I don't know why you would do it, but you might have a reason for it. No environment, let's run it on test, and then we can create it. So what this monitor will do is it will automatically run my tests every time that I basically set it up to run those. Right now it's running them, you can see it as it goes, and you have a summary of your run. Here we have no tests found. That's normal, we're not testing anything. That's something that we're going to look into later, but for now all you want to do is change some of these parameters around. I see user ID equals 1 here, I make user ID equals 2 here. Now, one interesting thing you can also do is if you get a response, what you should always do is, let's send this over to the server. I'm not getting a response anymore because I have the completely wrong method selected. There we go, a put request. So we have some values in here. Sometimes there might be values in the response that are not on the request, but they might seem impactful, like account type and all of that stuff. Then it's your job to copy those over and see if you can't play with them a little bit. Because before you know it, you'll be admin and bam, that's a huge vulnerability, of course. Now, I would recommend that you guys take a lot of time getting your notes right, getting your titles properly set up, getting your collection set up the way you want that. I always say that people should spend 70% preparing and 30% executing, but that's my little autistic brain, I think. But this is not all for Postman, of course. This is just the very basics. There is much more that we can do, and my friends, we will do that later on as well. I still can't see my collections. That is frustrating, but it's okay. I'll figure it out and we'll go over it next time. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope I will see you in the next episode. Bye, amazing hacker. Welcome back, amazing hackers, to part 2 of this amazing series. Right now, I'm going to teach you guys how to import, because I'm very sure that you've all come across something like this before. Now, in here, this is just an example, Swagger. Swagger is amazing. It completely documents your API, and you don't have to do much for it yourself. Of course, this is fun to play with. This is very fun to play with, but it can be cumbersome. Like, look at how cumbersome all of this is. I have to click open, I have to click on it, I have to click on it. That's way too much for me. And then, of course, you can also authorize. That's also possible. But what I would really want to do, and that's the easiest part, I think, wrong tab there. So I want to import it. Like, I can either import a file, of course, a complete folder. I can import a link, which is what we're going to do, or raw text. That's also possible. Or we can implement a complete Git code repository. Now we want to link it, and then we can immediately see it's found something. It's going to enable that Swagger API. It's going to generate a collection from the important APIs. This is important. Either you generate it or you put it in an existing one. But for me, generation is good. Link this collection as documentation. That's good for me. Now you also have some advanced settings that you can play with. Make sure that you look into all of them, because there's some really advanced stuff in there. Then we click on the import button, we wait a little bit, and then we get one API and one collection were important. They'll be in the sidebar in a few seconds. Yeah, right, if it doesn't glitch out, right guys? And the next step is publish important APIs to private API network. So that's something that still needs to be done. But now let's first have a look at what's new here. Because as you can see, they've been so kind to create a new collection for us. That's really useful. That saves us a lot of time. That means that we don't have to do that anymore. Then there's of course their pet store, the pet specifically. You can make a post to a pet, you can make a get to a pet, but this is all the theory that we saw in the previous video. And I hope you guys see how cool this can be whenever you come across API documentation. It doesn't even have to be like me right now. What you can very easily do is you can just import it. It can be anything, open API, as long as it, of course, a data type that is supported. Waddle, Open API, GraphQL, curl, blah blah blah. Can be a lot of things now. Of course, there's also possibility to add a link in there, which is what we did. But that's how you import, basically, how you import these WSDL files or WADL files. If you ever come across them in the wild, this might be an option for you. You just import it and then you can play with it a little bit better. You don't have to use that cumbersome web version anymore. Thank you so much for listening, everybody. It was a pleasure talking about this. And of course, Burp Suite, sorry, I keep saying Burp Suite. Of course, I mean Postman has a lot more secrets than just this one. Thank you very much, and I will see you in the next one. Bye, amazing hackers. So now we have something already that we can build upon. Let's do that, shall we? We have a couple of GET requests, and we want to test them because, of course, we don't want this GET request to just return any data. We don't want it to return random data. We want it to return sane data. That's very important. So what we're going to do is we're going to, on our GET method, and this one is one that I've already written on beforehand, but I didn't have to, and I'll tell you guys why in a second. So basically, we start our test by indicating PM is the Postman extension that we have. So this is basically JavaScript that I'm writing here in this test field, and you can write any JavaScript that you want, anything in here, as long as it's sane and it's a valid JavaScript, you can run it from here. Now on to what we have in here, because I have several things. I have pm.response, so I'm watching Postman's response for this particular request, and I wanted to have JSON, this particular thing in here. And I can also say, for example, I don't want it to have this in the JSON body. Now this test should fail. Basically it should fail. So let's remove that real quick because I want to show you guys something. We also have code snippets available, and these are really useful. Now you can of course learn more about tests by clicking here, but these code snippets, let's say we want to get a environment variable or a global variable. We can very easily do that by just clicking here if we are setting our cursor on the correct point, of course. And we can say get a global variable, and then he says pm postmaster.globals, which is the global variables, of course, and you're going to grab one of those keys from there. Really useful, because I can, for example, have this status code 200 test, but let's say I want to log some things before I start my test, maybe a variable. I want to log that variable to see what its value is before I even start running. Now, what I can do for that is a pre-request script as well. Console.log is normal JavaScript, and the PM, again, postmaster.globals.get URL in getting a global variable called URL. And I did this by writing console.log and clicking here for getting a global variable. Now you can also set them, of course. And in here, in the pre-request script, there's also a code snippet for sending a request. If you go into the scripts, there's many more, of course. Status code is 200, this one is often used, and that's what I meant by I didn't even have to do this. I could just go like this, status code is 200, and bam, I don't even need that test anymore. There we go. And then I can write different tests if I want to. Now, I can write different test conditions in here, or I could write a separate test. Sometimes a test checks for several things. So you might want to check for a status code 200 and the content of the body, but you can also separate them, and you can also say the JSON body must have something. Let's say JSON body contains, and then this particular string, let's make it title. This should be the JSON body that I'm looking at right here. So let's see, it should contain title. I'm going to remove this because that is already tested previously. And then I'm going to move on, and I want to say response body contains string. I'm going to keep it pretty simple here. Remove this. I don't need to copy paste it every time. Apparently the code snippet contains itself, so that's perfect for me. Now, basically, I'm going to see body matches, which means pm postmaster.expect. Postmaster's expect module is running here, and it's expecting this particular text here, so the response, to include whatever we put in here. So let's make that title. There we go, title. And then we have two test cases that we can look at. And now what's going to happen is you're going to see, first of all, two test results. Status code is 200 is a pass, and body matches string is a pass. Now let's change this to status code 201 just to see what happens when you fail. As you can see, you get a fail message, and you get a message what's happening. Assertion error, expected response to have status code 201 but got 200. So let's change this back real quick so that it actually runs, but the title did run. Now, as you guys can see, I have in my pre-request still this console.log. And you might be thinking, okay, it might be JavaScript. JavaScript is a console, we all know that. But where the heck is my console? Well, guys, I was a little bit surprised as well, but it is the very bottom here. You can see your console. Now, I want to go into a couple of things for my console here. First of all, this is what I've been printing out. This is just the value of my URL. Then next on, I can also open a specific request and look at everything from that request. I can do it on network level, but that's not interesting for me. I usually just go to request headers, request body, response body, all of that stuff. And as you can see here, that's easily possible. You can see exactly what response headers you had, what request headers you had. And you can scroll down for the body as well. There we go. So that's the body. This is what was in the body. Now, why might this be useful? I hear you thinking. This is super useful if you're working with variables and you have no idea if your variable was correct, if what you're doing is right. Then you can look into here, and if the body doesn't contain the variable like you expect it to, then you probably did something wrong and you might have to rethink your strategy there a little bit. So that was it for the console. You can do a lot of stuff in here. You can do a lot of debugging in here. Right now I'm getting a global variable, but of course you can do any debugging in here that you want. You can print your normal variables as well. You can print stuff from the response, and you can print stuff from the request. That's always useful. So there are many things we can do here. Same for testing. If you do this, I advise you to write a test every now and again, just to have a little bit of a practice. And I know it's not going to be super useful in bug bounties, but what this is very useful for is if we have our collection here, and I need to save this of course, I can still run my collection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to collections, going to run this one specifically, but I don't need these guys. I only want the put request. Let's take it at that. So we're going to run, there we go, one request made, and I took the wrong one. So let's run again with the proper one. Let's take them all, it's better that way. So let's make a new run, and let's just take them all. So one of them is going to have tests, and you'll see what that looks like in a second. As you can see, this is the run summary, and in here you can see that your body matches string passes and your status code equals 200 passes. That's some good news. In the runner we can all check that out, and we can see what we can do there. Now, as for the runner itself, you can tell him to do a lot more iterations than just one. You can tell it to do whatever iterations you want. Of course, there's a limit there. I haven't found it yet, and I wouldn't advise you to find it either. And then, of course, you have a delay which can be set. That's very useful because sometimes some strange caching mechanism might be in place, or some weird stuff. So sometimes you really need that delay, and also to keep your requests to a server to a sane level, not too high. I mean by that, of course. Now, when you run, you can run with a data file. I haven't shown you this, and I won't show you this right now. I will make the next video about data sources. Right now we are running with basically very static data. So we can select data files and grab our data from those files while we run. But that's something that I can spend some more time on than just 5 minutes. So you can save your responses, very useful if you're debugging, if you want to know what's coming out of it. Keep variable values, also very important to know just what's going on. Run collection without using stored cookies. This one is also very interesting because some web servers will behave differently if you've already been to that web server. Even just being there can make the web server behave differently because it can put a cookie in your browser, and that particular cookie might tell the website, hey, this guy has been here before. And well, I'll let your imagination run wild on what can happen then. A little bit of rent there, so you can also save your cookies after the run. That might be important because you might want to know in a log setting, so loggings might be enabled. And you might want to know what that cookie did, for example. You can always trace back cookies then to particular users, so always useful for me. I keep it on, but it's up to you guys. So basically that's it for this episode. Thank you all very much for watching. I really enjoyed doing these stuff like with Postman and exploring some other tools. If you guys enjoyed this series, please leave a like and a comment, and I would love to hear from you. I really would. Just tell me what you think, even if it's a terrible thing. Just let me know, and I'll make sure to try and fix it for you. But please just be constructive, of course. Thank you everybody so much for watching. This has been a blast so far, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, amazing hacker. Welcome back, amazing hackers. Over the past couple of episodes, we've looked at a couple of things. We've looked at how to work with variables, how to make a GET request, a PUT request, and all these different things. But now let's make things interesting, because as you can see here, we see the option to select a data file. Now this data file is either a CSV or JSON file, so keep that in mind. You can make any file. The way I do it is I just create a new text file, I save it as a CSV file, and there we go, done. Now you want to replace the values within certain requests. Of course, that's normal. Let's say we have this PUT request here. We want to replace the title with the attack vector that we want, and also the body with the attack vector that we want. Now, if we are running this specifically, so we're going to create two variables here as well, or at least one variable. I'm going to put it on my environment, and that has the same name for me. And then what I'm going to do as an initial value for this attack vector is I'm going to say file not found. That way I know whenever I see file not found that my attack vector is not being loaded properly. Now if I do this request like this particular PUT request in here, you can see that I'll see title and body file not found. Now this might not seem that powerful, might not seem that interesting until you realize that if I am actually in a runner and I select my data file to be the data file that I'm creating right here, all you have to do is to make your first line to be the heading of the CSV file. You need to have every column named as to what it will be. So this will be my attack vector in this instance. Okay, that sounds interesting enough. My attack vector will get replaced in my PUT request from the moment I choose select data file here, and then I can also see my iterations go up as I see the number of attack vectors go up. Now, as you can see, I have a lot in here. ls, some basic command attack vector. I have a SQL injection attack vector. I have some more of that, and I have a cross-site scripting attack vector as well. So these are all very mixed attack vectors, and you might expect a different response from all of those attack vectors. That's all very possible. We can also change this to include that our response has to be different. Now, this is a comma separated value file. That's what they call CSV. So I'm just going to separate my values with my commas in here. And then I want to know what the result is as well. And then I can put in here whatever I expect from the result to be the case. Now in this case, I'm going to expect my response to have a particular thing in the body. Let's say that I want it to have a slash in here, because we'll probably expect, if we are doing a ls, we're going to retrieve a list of files, so, or at least a list of folders as well. So that's what we'll put in here. And then, of course, we'll still have to replace this. Now, for the SQL injection, I am looking for anything that contains the word SQL in it. Same for this one, SQL. The response should contain the word SQL. And for my attack vector for cross-site scripting, I just want this to be the same thing. So my body has to contain all of these in the result. Now, in Postman, I still need to adapt my response. So this is going to be my test for this one. It's going to be a test in this case. And I want to test something. I want to test that the body contains. So response body contains string. And there I can put the string in that I want, which in this case will be, there we go. If I can select it properly, of course, result. Now I still have to define this variable, and of course you might be seeing that this is not taking, because we are in JavaScript, guys. That's what I keep forgetting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a global variable as well, and in here I'm going to set the name result with, again, the base value of file not found. All right, there we go. So let's save those global variables. Shall we go back to our put request? That's in here. And then I need to grab that specific global variable. Of course, I can't do that in the regular way. Going to have to do that programmatically. So we'll get a global variable, set a global variable. It's the same thing as get a global variable, just a little bit different. It will be .get, and of course I will only need the variable key for this one. There we go, and I don't need my trailing semicolon either. Now I'm going to put these things to include. There we go. Now whenever I'm going to run my request, as you'll see probably, it's going to say a couple of things. Of course, I need to change before I forget to pm.toInclude. Am I doing something wrong here? I'm just going to do this again, just to be sure. Just remove this, because I think I've removed a little bit too much code there. So we're going to do response body contains pm.expect yet to include, and then in here, of course, I need to do pm.variables.get, and then the key results. There we go. So whenever I run this script right now, again, it's going to check for file not found exception. That's not going to work. That's of course not what's going to be in that specific response. Oh, well, in this case it is, of course. I keep forgetting that, but of course, as you can see in here, my base values for these for title and body were also file not found. So file not found, let's make it file not found exception. That is very smart of me. Exception for this one, results. And then I can make for my global variables, I can make, or at least for the variables that I have into my testing environment, this will be file not found exception for attack vector. At least they'll be different from each other in this case. There we go. So if I save all of this right now, what should be happening is I can start running with my specific data file, and for every single entry in my data file, I'm going to take my attack vector, I'm going to replace it into the body of my request, and then I'm going to test if the response contains my result. So as you can see, this is some very powerful stuff right here. I can automate all of these different attack vectors, and I can automate checking the responses for me. So there's a lot of things that can be done here. Use your imagination. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye, amazing. Now, what parameters do I test for what vulnerabilities, you might be wondering. If it seems to interact with the logic of a web application, then I'll try to test that very, very thoroughly for business logic. Now, this is why it's so important that you know the application very well. You need to know its functionality before you can know when functionality is not behaving as expected. Any parameters that seem vulnerable to any parameters that contain a URL, and that resolve that URL, I might try SSRF on, but I won't go too deep into it because SSRF is hardly ever fully exploitable, at least for me. There are other people who are cracked at SSRF, but I am a complete noob at it. Any parameter that appears to grab some files, I'll maybe try local or remote file inclusion on, but again, that's going to be a lot more edge case scenario, and CSRF parameters, if they are present, I'll test those as well. I'll try to save my account settings, personal settings, any settings that I can find, and I'll look for hidden parameters, both in the request itself and also in the response, because if I have a parameter in my response that is not in my request, I'll copy it over and I'll try to change it anyway. You never know if the server might react to our parameter and update the value. As for the automated testing that I do, I usually test for IDORs and broken access control, and I create 2 accounts of the same account. Then I also create 2 users in that account, and it tests for IDORs. So it's just a user and a different user, and I test for IDORs between them. I will also test between the accounts. So if I'm a company like Google, for example, I'll register as Google and I'll create accounts for my employees. And I'll also register as Yahoo and I'll create accounts for those employees. I'll try IDORs in between the 2 organizations. That's what this first line is. Then I'll also create the 2 users for Google and I'll try IDORs between those 2 Google users. And then I'll also try for broken access control if I have an administrator at Google and a normal user. So that's a lot of different ways that you can test for broken access control. I usually use authorize for this or auto repeater, but I prefer authorize because it's a little bit more specialized. I also want you to know that it's really vital that you test all of the privilege levels. If you can create your own, you should do it. And this is again why I really like testing these business to business applications. It's usually them where you can create your own accounts. Now the same rules apply as for your normal bug bounty targets, guys. It's very important that you register with your Bugcrowd Ninja, WeAreHacker1 or integrity.me email address, because you want to not have your target come onto a blacklist for spamming emails. As we are testing, we are generating a lot of email traffic, and that might cause our targets to end up on a blacklist for emails. We really don't want that. As we're testing those, some applications might call it a role, others might call it a group. As long as you can set different levels of privileges and play around with them a little bit, you'll be fine. That's what it's all about. Playing around with those different levels of privileges and seeing if you can find any broken access control. So you'll log in as your low privileged user, take their authorization headers, copy them over to authorize, and then you'll log in as your high privileged users, such as your administrator, and you'll start clicking around with authorize on. This will repeat every request that you make as your high privileged user. It will repeat that as a low privileged user, and it'll then compare the responses of those two requests. If the responses match completely, which means status code and content, then authorize will say bypassed, but you have to be careful because some functions don't contain an identifier such as user ID. If they don't contain that, then either is already impossible. And those functions, they might also not be vulnerable to broken access control because they might be something that every user should be able to do. When it comes to different levels of privilege, I talk about people who can execute functions such as an administrator and people who can't, such as a normal user. After all of this is said and done, I'll try injecting all of these parameters with some command injection techniques, and I'll try to identify some other endpoints as well by using paraminer or by doing some parameter brute forcing, but I prefer to stay away from the brute forcing. As a general tip, I want you to know your application very well, because if you see a vulnerability, I want you to be able to recognize that and also be able to exploit it further. Should you take this methodology to heart? No, I want you to base your methodology on what I just told you. There's quite a lot of things that you can do. There's quite a lot of things that you can expand on as well, but it's basically just API testing from this point. So, my dear friend, my amazing hacker, thank you very, very much for choosing Uncle Red to teach you how to do some mobile bug bounties. I genuinely appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. And if you would like some help installing this live, I have also included a voucher code for a 1-hour coaching session with Uncle Red. And I'll guide you through this whole process. If you have any questions, I'll also guide you through those. I hope you have a great hunt, and I hope that the next time I hear from you, you will be the next $1 million hacker. Bye bye, amazing hacker. See you soon. Hello everybody, hope you're all doing well today. Great seeing you. So today I'd like to take a moment to talk about API security. As we move on in our day and age, there are new APIs popping up every single day, and of course there are new hackers popping up as well. These threats are something that we have to take seriously because they can cause serious reputation damage. And of course, there are many different ways to handle these threats. We can harden our APIs against these attackers, and there are several different ways that we can do that. We can do that close to the source by protecting our APIs themselves, by protecting our applications. We can do that by, for example, using input sanitation. We can do that by obfuscating certain things like our JavaScript files. And those are all things that can deter attackers, definitely. But if we really want to be secure, we can never rely on one system alone, of course. And as we implement more and more security measures, there is a cost connected to that. Nothing comes for free. That's where API firewall comes in. Now, what this tool does, first of all, is it's free. That's something that not a lot of other web application firewalls have, but it's also very lightweight, allowing us to not go too deep into, not spend too much resources into inspecting our traffic. Today, I'd like to take a moment to go over installation of this specific tool, but also what all of these environment variables are and how we can use them to our advantage. Now, there are a couple of things that I'd like to highlight specifically, and we'll go through them as we move on to them. Let's first of all start by installing a demo API, because of course we need an API that we can test on. We need something to protect. So what the fine folks at Zalando have done for us is they've created a connection API, and this API we're going to use in our case for testing our firewall on. And for this API, all we have to do is install the pip requirements. So we'll do that with Python pip, and pip is basically a package manager for Python. So as you can see, when we type the command pip install and then our connection manager, we can see that we have Jinja installed, markup save. So all of the different requirements that we need are going to be installed with this one pip command. Very useful. When we have that installed, of course, we're going to change into our temp directory, and then we're going to clone the specific API demo. So this is the code itself for the API demo, and we can notice that ourselves as well, of course, if we move into the temp folder and then into the connection folder. There we have a couple of folders. One specific one that's interesting is the example/open_API folder. If we look in here, there's a couple of files that we can see that are important. In this case, we want to move into the method resolver directory, and in here we can see that we have the app.py. Now app.py in our case is what we're going to use to start our application. As you can see, as I'm typing Python app.py, when it executes, of course I meant Python 3 app.py. There we go. Now my app is starting up, and then you can see that it's running specifically on this IP address, on this specific port. So that's where the API is running at this moment. I'm going to kill it for now because I'm going to set up my API firewall as well. That's something that's very important. So what I'm going to do is, of course, I have Docker installed already. It's important that you have that installed. If you don't, on Linux, it's a simple sudo apt-get install docker.io or yum install docker.io, of course, depending on your flavor of Linux. And then if you have Docker installed, you can simply do docker pull velarm/API firewall. Now, as you can see, I did this live on stream and it happened very fast. So that should be a first indication of how lightweight this WAF really is. Now, of course, from this specific docker pull command, we need to set up our container, because now we have a Docker image, and what Docker is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to take a configuration file, that's what we call an image, and it's going to build a container out of that. And that container is what's going to run our API firewall. So that's very useful because it's going to make our installation extremely fast. Now that we have our Docker API pulled, now that we have the API firewall pulled, I mean from the Docker hub, we can actually run it. So I'm going to use this command for that, and I'm going to go into the specific flags later on. First of all, I'm going to run my Docker container. So we have that running now, and I can check that by typing docker container ls. And there we can actually see that I do have my container ID here and the specific image that I'm running with the command that I'm running it, when it was created, and what the status is, on what ports it's running, and the names that it's been given. So for that, I know that my Docker container is now running. To check the logs from this specific Docker container, I can go docker logged, and then I can look at, of course, I need to take that specific Docker ID. So let's do docker logs and then copy the ID that it gave us here and then paste it behind here. And now, as you can see, we see that we show the logs for that Docker container stating what specific parameters were used. So here we can see where the API specifications have been specified. This is really important. And this is the temp folder of the container, by the way. This is not my local machine. This is the temp folder of the container. We'll get more into that later. So as you can see, we've mounted that specific YAML file onto the temp folder of the container, and that's where the API specs reside. And that's where we can see that we have a get call, a post call, a delete call, another get call for a specific pet ID, and a put call also on a specific pet ID. That all seems to work fine. Now on to the next step, of course, we need to test if what we have running actually works. So, we first of all, of course, we need to start up our specific application again, our API, because at the moment there is no API that's being protected. Now to do this, what I'm going to do is I want to start up my specific API in the background because I still want to be able to check my Docker logs in the end. So to do this, I use the no hangup command. This is going to ensure that even if I disconnect from my secure shell session, that it won't matter all that much because my command will still be running in the background. And I can also use the ampersand parameter to send my command to the background. Now, as I do that, I notice that a file nohangup.out is created. I can look at that specific file later on and I can check the logs of my application that's being started up here. So as I type my python 3 app.py command, it's starting up an API and it's writing the output of the console to the nohub.out. I can also check that by issuing a tail command and then checking the nohub contents. So as you can see here, the server is started. We're seeing the same things that we saw before. I can also do a cut of that just to make sure. There we go. You can now see that I do have the entire same output as I used to before. And that's what we needed in this case. Now that I have my application running, I have my firewall running, we can try issuing some commands, of course. Now, the first command that we're going to issue is actually a curl, and we're going to try and make a correct curl call to see if this works. So if we look at the specific API specifications, there we can see some really useful things. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to look at where on my local machine these API specifications can be found. Now I'm going to quickly do that to explain the find command. So I start at my root directory. I look for a name called, and we notice that here, called pets-api.yaml file. And as you can see on my local folder, it's going to be in that connections folder that I just downloaded in the OpenAPI folder of the method resolver. So we're in that folder right now. Let's move to the OpenAPI folder. And in here, indeed, we should find the YAML file. Let's cat this specific file and look at what's actually required of this API. So whenever we make a call, we can see that we have a couple of things in here. We can see, first of all, the endpoint. We can see the type of request that's being made. And then we can see the responses and also if things are required or not. For example, if we make a put request to the pet endpoint, we can see that we require, if we move down a little bit, error required, code and message, of course. So it's going to be a required name in this instance, as you can see here, tag type string red, and name also type string example fluffy. And then we also need an identifier for this. So these are the API specifications that are going to be read in by API firewall. And API firewall is either going to be blocking or logging your traffic, depending on what you set it to, of course. But again, we'll get more into that later, based on these API specifications. So based on these specifications, we should also be able to make up a call, which we did right here. We can see that we are making a curl command. We're issuing a curl command with the method put, a specific header in here, that's content type application JSON, and then we are using the body name, and then we're giving it a name and a tag. So as we make that put request, we can see that we get a response in this case, which is good. Now, of course, if we make a put request that doesn't have a string in the name, then we're going to find an error because, of course, the API specifications specify that we need a string in the name and not an integer. Now, from our front end, we're not going to see much in this case, but if I look at those Docker logs that I had open in the beginning, then I can actually see what is being blocked and what's not. As you can see in this case, the API firewall is actually telling me that I have an error being occurring, request validation error. The request body has an error. It doesn't match the schema. Error at /name field must be set to string or not be present. And then schema, it's telling me what schema it's using to verify my response from, my request from. And then I can see value number in integer. So this is what it was, this is what it was expecting. And then I can also, of course, see the IP addresses. That's also pretty important. The specific IP address that issued that request is also logged. That's useful later on for investigations. Now, that's pretty much what I can do. I can also try issuing a blocked command in here, like a command, a put request that doesn't have a name in it. That's going to issue the same response for me again. But if I look on the server, I can see that again I have a request validation error, but this time my schema doesn't match at name because name is missing. So as you can see, there are quite a lot of details that we can actually go into, and the logging is pretty well documented. You can see a lot of what's going on by just reading your error messages. So that's pretty cool, of course. Let's look at what we just typed, because when we did start this Docker container, we did put in a few flags as well, and I want to go through each and every single one of them just to make sure that everybody understands what we just did. So we have a -d flag here, and what this d flag is going to do is it's going to allow our Docker container to run in the background. That's really useful because then we don't have to keep it open, of course. And then we can issue the -v command, and this is going to mount a volume. That's that volume that we talked about with the YAML file for the API specifications. It's going to mount that to the temp folder. And then, of course, we have the -e parameter, which is environment variables. Now, these are variables that have been set by the API firewall team that we then can influence. These are very useful, and we'll look at all of the environment variables in a second. But for now, what we've set is the API firewall server URL, and this is the specific API that we are protecting in this case, which resides on port 9090, like we saw before, and also version 1.0. And then we also have an environment variable for the API specs, which is, again, this is going to be a parameter which is going to be the temp folder on the container, not on my local drive, of course. Now this environment variable is going to be used into these parameters later on, and that's something that has been done by the API firewall team for us. The request validation environment variable allows us to either block or log a response which hits the request validations. We can also do the same for response validations, of course. I usually set these to block, but it depends on what behavior you want the firewall to display. And then we have the -p parameter in here, which is going to allow us to map a specific port from the container to a specific port of our local machine. So this is going to route all of the traffic from port 8282 on the container to port 8282 on the local machine, which will allow us in turn to talk to our API. We can to our API firewall. We can of course see that as well in the curl command that we are issuing. We are talking to port 8282 and not to port 9090, although that would also work in this case if we try this. That's not going to be a problem. As you can see here, we do get a response back from this. But of course, in a real life scenario, you would block off this port 9090, and you would ideally only allow people or your customers to communicate with the API via the API firewall. So that's it for all of these specific parameters that we've given to our command. Now let's open the Docker page real quick. So let's open the API firewall Docker hub page real quick, and let's have a look at all of the other environment variables that we can use. Because as you can see, we have used this one API firewall URL, but we can also choose which log level we should include. Now, by default, as you can see, this will be on debug, but it could also be info, error, warning, or debug. So either one of those, whichever you prefer. Now, API Firewall also has a read and a write timeout setting and a shutdown timeout, which you can set up as well. And then we have the specific request and response validation techniques that we talked about, block, log only, and of course there's also a disable option. If you don't want response or request validations, you can disable either one of those. As for the TLS section, you can see here that we can set up the API Firewall TLS certifications path. We can set up the file and the certificate key as well. Now we can also set up the specifications. That's what we of course did before as well, where we mounted our specification file to the local temp folder, and then we're going to give that temp/pets api.yaml file as a parameter. We can also of course set up our server, set the maximum connections per host that are allowed. Then we can also set up the server read timeouts and write timeouts as well, and the dial timeouts. So this is the ping. Now, of course, there are some performance benchmarks that are in here as well. These are just to show how well it works, and we can execute these performance benchmarks ourselves as well using Apache Bench. If there's more time after the questions, we might actually execute this just to show you guys just how performant API Firewall really is. For now, I'd like to thank you all very much for your attention, and I'd like to ask if there are any more questions. Thank you very much, and I will see you soon. Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? Hope you're all doing well today. So first of all, today I'd like to talk about the OWASP top 10, and we're going to talk about A1 specifically. For this, I've prepared some code, as you can see here. I'm going to enlarge it a little bit. We have two endpoints, the /API/v1/resources/books and all. This is a resource to get all of the books. If we go to our Postman script right here and remove this identifier, this would be that get call to that specific URL. So as you can see here, we have a get call, but it says, we have to add all /all, of course. Now we see that we have some forbidden books, 1 and 2 are forbidden. Now we want to get those books specifically, so we can also do a get request to a specific book. And as you can see, we can get that book then. Now the thing is that if we're going to do this, we're going to see forbidden a lot, because you can see here, it's just not going to work. We're not going to see what we need to see here. To see what we actually need to see here and to trigger our broken object level authentication, we're going to actually need to change the method to host, because of course broken object, the object here would be my book, and since there's a broken authorization on this object, that means that I'm authorized to see an object which I should not be authorized to see, as you can see here. So that's the explanation for A1. There are many different ways you can test for this. It's also known as IDORs, but of course in the API terms then. So if you want the code, if you want this specific example, there's going to be a coding example as well in the article. It's just a Flask example, really simple. You just install everything that's required, all of the requirements that are in the imports. You do pip install, and then you do Python, and then you do the name of your program. But it's going to be in the guide form as well, so if you want to try this for yourself, it's possible. This is how we do broken level authorization, or at least this is one of the possible examples. Thank you very much. I will see you in the next example. Hello amazing hackers, hope you're all doing well today. So we've made a login page to demonstrate number A2, which is going to be in here. There's several examples of these attacks, but the one I've chosen is that there's no CAPTCHA in here in my login page. This is of course going to allow bots to try and attempt to log into my system. That's not something that you want, so that's one of the examples. Of course there should be rate limiting as well that would prevent credential stuffing. There's a lot of things that you can do, but of course in the article you will find a full guide of the things that can happen. But I wanted to show you real quick how it can look like. No CAPTCHA, for example. this is one of the A2 examples. Thank you very much for watching, amazing hackers. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. So if we do this properly, of course. Hello, amazing hackers. Hope you're all doing well today. Welcome back to A3. So in this example, we're going to see excessive information disclosure. And what do we mean by this? There's an UI consuming this data from the API, and the UI is showing the credit card number, the user, and the validity date, which is something that's expected. The user is trying to look at their credit card data, but they should of course not be able to get their CVV. Now the reason CVC, is it CVV or CVC? I don't remember, but anyway, the reason that this is really important is because if there's a man-in-the-middle attack, this traffic might be intercepted, and even though the UI is not displaying it, the API is returning the data, which is the A3 excessive information disclosure vulnerability. Thank you very much for watching. See you in the next one, I guess. If I can quit my recording, of course. See you in the next one, amazing hacker. Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? Welcome back to A4 now. A4 is going to be one that we've already talked a little bit about. This is the login system again. And in here we have a lack of rate limiting, which is going to allow attackers to keep on trying credentials over and over and over again, basically building a bot. And the fact that this one is also vulnerable to A2, where there's no CAPTCHA in here, that makes it even worse. So it should definitely have rate limiting in here. Every important resource, everything that consumes a lot of resources should have rate limiting. So think about which of those resources are important to you and which ones do need rate limiting. Thank you very much. This was the example, and I will see you in the next one. Bye, amazing hackers. Hello, amazing hackers. Welcome back. So A5, as you can see here, right here, broken function level authorization. It's a very vague one because, of course, there can be a lot of things that fall under this one. Now, what the basic gist of this is that humans are pretty predictable. Let's just leave it at that. And they might need to create something which should be openly accessible, but should not be easy to guess or should not be easy to see. But still, humans will be very predictable in their patterns. So in here we have an all books endpoint. This is our documentation, and this all books endpoint points us to the books as expected. And they also have an /admin endpoint. Now, of course, a lot of people are going to try a lot of things. They're just going to try /resources/admin. They're going to try /v2/admin. And of course, those are very valid strategies, but what we actually need here is, since they're working on a new version of the API, we need version 3, as you can see. So this brings us to the admin endpoint. Now this gives us a bad request at the moment because we're not sending the right request type. We should be sending a post request to this one. But this is basically the gist of it. We have a hidden endpoint which should be non-accessible to us. We should be getting a 403 unauthorized, but instead we can create a request. It's telling us bad request, which is expected in this case, because of course we don't have the correct parameters or not making post requests. We would have to dig a lot deeper into the documentation for this, or we would have to try a lot of things ourselves, like some parameter guessing or brute forcing. So this is basically what I wanted to show you guys, is that for your broken function level authorization, basically means that you shouldn't have access to this, but you do. So basically broken access control, but in the API flavor. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next clip, which is going to be A6, if I can stop my recording properly. I keep having this problem, terribly sorry guys. See you in the next. Hello, amazing hackers. On to A5. So A6, of course. A6 is mass assignment, which means that if you're creating an object as a developer and you're creating the user object, for example, you might give the user a account type, and that account type might be user, normal user, because you might need administrators or site moderators or something like that. So what you'll do is you'll add the account type parameter. Now, when you're creating that user object, you might use generators, or you might be not thinking properly, and you might expose that parameter. As we see here, we have a call to the user endpoint, which is a post call, and it's going to change my user's settings. And I can put things in here which are pretty normal, like name, last name. These are all things for my account, but I can also put things in here which are really not good. Oh, sorry, I need to put this in my body, of course. So I can also put things in here which are really not good, like the user type. I'm going to open the JSON string first. I'm going to say user type double point. And of course, I forget to add my quotes, user type double point, and then I might have user as what I got back from the response when I saved my settings, saved the name change. In this case, I might have gotten back user type equals user. I'm going to copy it from my response, put it in my request, hit send after changing it from user to admin, and there we go. We have our vulnerability mass assignment, because when creating this specific user object, it exposed this user type, and even though it might never be used in the UI, even though it might never be visible, not even in a hidden parameter or anything, if it's visible in the response, you might be able to copy it over and you might be able to change it, which shouldn't be the case. That's going to be mass assignment. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll see you in A6. Welcome back, amazing hackers. Hope you're all doing well today. This is going to be a 7 security misconfiguration. And for this one, I'm going to keep it very simple, going to look at one of my previous challenges. As you can see here, we have a debug set to true, which means that you might be able to connect remotely to debug this. This is not good, of course, and we should always put debug to false. Simple as that. That's it for this one. Thank you very much for watching. Sorry it's a bit short, but I will see you in A. Hello, amazing hackers. Hope you're all doing well today. Welcome back. We're going to talk a little bit about A8 injections in this video. So as you can see, I have a very basic web page here for login with a username and a password. And this is a SQL injection that I'm going to demonstrate. I have the developer console open here because I changed the type of the input field to text, just so I can show you guys what kind of password I'm using. And the SQL statement is going to read select star from users where username equals and then and password equals nothing or 1 equals 1. So it's always going to return true, always going to log in. And that's basically what's happening here as well. Very, very simple vulnerability type at first sight. But if you dig deeper into this, you're going to notice that injections are going to be very, very deep, because recently, of course, cross-site scripting joined the injections force, but you have LDAP injections, you have SQL injections, you have CSV injections, JSON injections. There's so much things you can do with the injection category, but I just wanted to give you guys an example so you guys can have a grasp of what one of these looks like. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in A. Hello, amazing hacker. Welcome back. Now, we can't talk about A9 without showing you guys what it looks like. So here it is. I have a lot of systems in here. I have a lot of things that I am testing for APIs, and I have no management system. These are basically just random files. I don't even have a repository or anything. So of course that is a gross error, and I should always be at least having proper asset management, knowing what systems I have up and running on which ports, because if I ever do decide to use this server for real and I have some obscure thing running on port 10 or something, then I'm going to need to know. So that's what asset management is. I really need to know exactly what systems I have available, and I need to look at them properly, need to look at their version numbers and all of those things combined. So thank you very much. That was it for this one already, and we should move on to the next one. Hello, amazing hackers. Welcome back. We're going to talk about A10, and I already showed you this, but A10 is insufficient logging and monitoring. Now, as for these specific APIs, I do have one log file, but it's nothing. And I also have the no hangup log files. But again, those are not really easy to go through. They're not segregated into separate log files. and I am not monitoring them at all. If an intruder tries to attack them, I think it's kind of expected on my laboratories, so that's why I'm not monitoring, of course. But you should always expect an attacker, and you should always monitor for them. It's that simple. Because now I'm just not monitoring. Maybe someday somebody comes along and he decides to delete everything from my system. I have no monitoring for that, so I would have to have some of you guys come and tell me, hey Uncle Rat, this completely broke. So that's something that I wanted to give with you, is on 8.10 specifically. If you do logging, do monitoring as well, because you don't want to spend all of that money on the logging part and then have it go to waste without anybody watching. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in one of my next chapters. Bye, amazing hackers. Welcome back, amazing hackers, to this API laboratory. We're going to hack the Tiredful API, but of course we need to install it first, and we need to connect to it using Postman. We're going to add a JWT token. You've probably all heard about that. That's going to basically contain your identity. It's like, hey, this is Wesley, and he might be a normal user or an admin. That might be in a JWT token. We're also going to look at some information that's being disclosed that's not correct, and then some IDORs with some SQL injection. Now, these are not all of the vulnerabilities that I've put in here. I wanted to leave some mystery, but this should give you a big overview of what you should be doing already. So let's first start with the installation. Real simple. I gave you some commands for Linux. I gave you the same for Windows and Mac. For Windows and Mac, you can just download the desktop version of Docker. And then of course you need to start it every time you want to start a Docker instance. But again, I did it on a VPS, a smaller VPS. So for me, I had to follow the Linux steps. Now, when you've done that, when you actually have Docker running, you can download the Tiredful API from GitHub. As you see here, I just included a URL there, so going to laser pointer. So I included the URL there that you can go to, and that URL you can just do a wget on, then unzip the master file that you grab from it, and then you can build the Docker file. Now, building that Docker file is real easy. It's just a docker build command, and then you can run it already. Now, the Docker build is going to install all of the requirements into the container, of course, and then it's just a matter of running it. There's two things that you need to remember here. The -d parameter is going to make it so that the container runs in the background, and the -p flag here means that one port from the container, and that's the last port, is getting mapped to a port on a local host, which is the first port. Now, this is important because if you have like a web server running on a container, it's running in complete isolation, and you need to bring it outside somehow. You need to bring that port out somehow, and this is how they usually do it. So that's basically what you need to remember. It's not a lot. Then when everything is said and done, when your Docker container is started up, you should run it, and you should be able to connect to it real easily by going to the IP address that you're running it on, in my case my private server, and then actually going into the port number. Now you guys can come onto my port as well, onto my website, and try to hack that API. I don't mind. I try to keep it online as much as possible. But if it's not online and you want it online, just send me an email and I'll put it online for you. It's not a problem at all. Developers, they did not give us a Postman for this specific API, so we'll have to create the calls ourselves. It's not that hard. We actually basically just want to make a collection, like you see right here. I named it Tiredful API, and then I made a GET request in there. Now, as you can see, set the correct HTTP method. That's really important. You might be struggling with finding what's going wrong. Well, sometimes it's just a matter of setting the HTTP method correctly. That can take me a while to figure out sometimes. As you can see, my server and my port are both variables. That's important to me because if they change, I only have to change them on one port. And here I already changed the IBAN number to something more sense, like this is a real IBAN number. Now, I want to trigger some sensitive information exposure. So what I can do is actually do something like here and insert an empty array or an empty value into the IBAN number. And the program is not made to handle that, so it's going into this crash mode and it's returning a stacked trace for us. That's what we want. Usually, as a bug bounty hunter, you're not going to report this stacked trace, of course, but it might give you some information for later on how the program works, what's in it, all of the classes and all of that stuff. So it's definitely useful for us. As a pen tester, I would report this because stack trace, of course, gives hackers information, and that's something companies do not want. Now, as for IDORs and the JWT tokens that come with them, because we need to authenticate ourselves before we can actually grab something from this URL. Now, that's easy enough. You can just go to the user token section here. You can fill in the name. I took Superman, and then you get this token. Now, this token is something that we're going to need to fill in at the headers in the insecure direct object reference. It's a header, authorization header is what it's called, and it's really easy. You literally just set authorization headers, and then you say bearer. It's always important to have the bearer in front of it, or it's not going to work. And then the JWT token that you got from the system. Now, if you do that, that's actually user 2 that you're logged in with because you're logged in as Superman, but still you're getting user 1's total marks and a score. That's not good, of course, so that's where the IDOR lays in this specific instance. Now, we have another call as well, a post call, which is the third call, and this one is also pretty interesting, going to add the bearer header again. In this case, I'm just going to change the body type from text to JSON because, of course, I want the application, the content type to match what I'm actually sending in, or the server is going to error out on me. So I changed it to JSON and I get my result, of course. Now, if I send a single quote in there, then I'm going to get a SQL error, which is going to dump a lot of the tables. It's already going to tell me quite a lot, but of course this is probably the point where you would let SQL map or something loose on this specific call. Now, that's about it for this lab. I'm not going to spoil everything. There are a few more challenges that you can do. And there might be another video or challenge about the REST API GOAT, because it's also a really cool one. And there are some tricks I want to show you there. And thank you very much for watching, everybody, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye, amazing hackers. See you later.
Hello, you amazing hackers. Hope you're all doing well today. I'm going to show you guys a really cool tool that I found for all of these subdomains. So let's get right into it, shall we? Say, for example, you run Sublister or your tool of choice. By the way, guys, in one of the coming videos, I'm going to show you guys a much cooler tool than Sublister, because Sublister is pretty old, so there are new tools available. But let's say you've run one of these tools and you found a massive list of subdomains. For example, for google.com, I found 1100 subdomains. Now, that's a whole lot of subdomains if you have to check them manually. So, of course, I want to automate all of this. I want to know which of these have a web server, because I'm a web application hacker, so all I care about is web servers. So I want to scan all of these. So what I do is a few simple steps. First of all, I copy this whole list. Then I paste it into Visual Studio Code, because here I can put HTTPS in front of all of them. And then I go into Nano. So I have a new file for you guys here. This file I created in my Eyewitness. This is the tool that we're going to talk about today. I created this in my Eyewitness directory, and I created a file called google.com. And in this file, I pasted all of my URLs. Every single one that I had, I pasted it in here. And then I ran Eyewitness. Now, I like to run Docker, of course, so I run Eyewitness in Docker as well. And as you can see by the command docker container run --rm -it -v, and this -v is for mounting the current directory /eyewitness. So what this will do is it will create an eyewitness directory in your current directory, and it will mount also temp eyewitness. Now in this directory I've created my google.com file, so I can just say run the docker file eyewitness docker, use the -f flag option, so -f for Google, for the file google.com. This is the name of the file that it has, and it is in this directory that I've created the file, and I want to check all protocols. Now what this is going to do is going to give you a screenshot of all of these different hosts that it visited. So for example, https://1.google.com, it created an image. Let's see here real quick. 1 month membership to get more out of Google. This might be interesting already because now I can understand what's happening, and I can go through all of those files, and I can go through all of the screenshots, and I can more easily identify a good target. So I hope you guys found this an interesting video. I hope you learned something. If you did, don't forget to like this video, and I hope I'll see you in the next one, of course. Bye. What's up, you amazing hackers? Hope you're all doing well today. We've got a few XSS HTML5 attack vectors that we're going to go over. I'm going to explain them for you guys, and then we're going to demonstrate them. So let's get right into it, shall we? Now the first one I want to show you is cross-site scripting via form action requiring user interaction. This is pretty important. Now this vector displays the HTML5 form and form actions capabilities for form hijacking outside of the actual form. Now what does this mean? As you guys can see, we have a form tag here with an ID test, and outside of this form tag, because here we close that form tag again, they put a button, and this button will go back to form, and this is specific to HTML5. You couldn't do this besides HTML5. And the form action will be JavaScript alert 1. So when we test this, as you can see, we have in HTML5, we have a button with an X here. Now when we click that X, we get an alert, and this is the user interaction that was required for that. Now on to the self-executing focus event via autofocus. Oh yeah, before I forget guys, we're testing on Firefox latest here. But these are all the possible attack vectors. So Opera latest, Chrome latest, Safari latest, and IE latest all work. Now onto the self-executing focus event via autofocus. This vector uses an input element with autofocus to call its own focus event handler, no user interaction required. And this is important because, as you can see, there's an input with an on focus of right 1. And then you have the autofocus tag. Now this is also again HTML5 specific, and when we test this in our Firefox latest, we can see that the form element here, so the input, was replaced by a 1. Now if we click on one of these elements, so they will also focus, they will also be replaced by a 1. Now what happens? Why did they choose for a write here and not an alert? Let's just do that for you guys. So we have an alert here. Now if we activate one of them, we're going to have a lot of alerts, as you can see. And in Chrome, this actually creates a loop of infinite alerts. So that's why they did that. Now on to the next one, self-executing blur event via autofocus competition. This one will not work on Firefox, so we're going to skip this for now. JavaScript execution as well. So we have self-executing JavaScript via body on-scroll autofocus. This vector triggers an on-scroll event executing JavaScript on body due to the autofocus on an input tag way further down the page. So what this means is actually, as you can see, you have your body here, and your body has an on-scroll action of alert. And this is pretty important because all of these break rules are going to make you scroll automatically. Because the input has a tag of autofocus. When you click on that page, of course, it's going to scroll, and the on scroll is going to trigger for an alert. Again, HTML5 specific. And as you can see, as soon as we open the page, we get that pop-up in the quirks mode. Now on to the next one. Again, some that are not going to work on Firefox. Then we have the JavaScript execution via video and source tag. This is a really cool one. I like this one. Opera 10.5 Plus and Chrome allow error handlers in source tags if encapsulated by a video tag. The same works for audio tags. So you have a video tag here, and then you have a source on error alert equals 1. So this is going to trigger because your tag isn't going to be finished properly, and there's going to be an error, of course. Now, if we can also demonstrate this with audio. There we go, we have the same effect with audio. Now on to the next attack vector that works on Firefox. JavaScript execution via video and source tag. This is also a really interesting one because again it also uses the video tag, but it can use the audio tag as well. And on Firefox 4 Plus, the source tag is irrelevant to trigger the error event. This happens because of the implicit source attribute in the video tag when the page has a number sign in the URL. So that's important. This hash sign makes it so that in Firefox 4 the source tag becomes irrelevant. Now when we test this one, let's take a look at it first. You see that we have a video tag and we have the on error handler again, and it's going to trigger an alert. And again we're going to have an empty source which is going to allow the error handler to trigger. When we test this page, we can see that it doesn't work in our latest Firefox because of this specific error that they showed us. Now the last one we're going to do is cross-site scripting via form action requiring user interaction. A vector displaying the HTML5 for action capabilities for form hijacking. Note that this variation does not use the ID and form attribute to connect button and form. So what does this specifically mean? As you can see, we have a form on here again. And in this form there's a button. This button is going to have a form action, so it's going to, this specific button is going to derive this form, and then the button is just closed. So when we look at the page here, you can see again that we have the same button. Now they did notice a caveat there that this variation does not use the ID and form attributes to connect button and form. So that means that this button is automatically connected to this form here. So these are a couple of attack vectors that I wanted to show you guys. If you like this episode, let me know because I can do a lot more of these. This is a really good website, HTML5 So if you're interested, I'll put a link in the description as well. Thank you guys for watching. If you liked the video, you know what to do, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye everybody. Hello you amazing hackers. I hope you're all doing well today. We're going to solve the reflected cross-site scripting into the attribute with angle brackets HTML encoded lab today. So this one is a pretty simple one. It's an apprentice lab and it's meant to show you the basics. That's why it's not that hard. We're going to start, as you can see I already solved it. You're just going to start with entering any random string into your search field. So for example, I'm going to add some random gibberish in here. And you can see that it's reflected in two spots. So we have our search string here. This is our parameter, and it gets reflected in here and also into the search field. Now, when we inspect the element for this specific result here, you can see that we have an h1 tag with 0 search result for blah, blah, blah. All right, that's excellent. We'll also inspect this reflected value here, and we can see that this reflected value comes from the attribute value equals. And then you can see a double quote. So what happens when we enter a double quote in here? Let's see, shall we? In here we can see that it's properly reflected again. But if we look into the search bar, we can see that it's not. This happens because when we check out this attribute value, we can see that a new attribute is being created. This happens because there is some error in the formatting of our tag. So our browser tries to make the best of it. It just tries to create a new attribute with an empty value and an empty name just to have something in there so that it can make sense of what it's seeing and so that it can render what it has. This is useful for us because we can, for example, take the solution from the Port Trigger Labs here. As you can see, what's happening here is they put in a double quote as well. and they started doing a new event handler. So this attribute on mouse over is an event handler, and it's going to trigger an alert one. When we do this into the search field, as you can see, and we search, now there's going to be a new event handler. Nothing is going to be in the search bar because you can see it's empty. It just says search the block, and that's because our event handler is an on mouse over. So it's only going to happen when we move our mouse over the search field. So that's what's happening when you can insert a cross-site scripting attack vector directly into the tags. And that is also why a lot of the current lists, in my opinion, are not really that good, because they only focus on cross-site scripting attack vectors using actual tags. So for example, the image tag can be used, the A tag can be used, and that's all fine and dandy, but sometimes you can just insert into the tag itself, and that's usually not covered by all of these fuzzing lists. So if you try cross-site scripting fuzzing, also make sure that you try to look for values that are reflected inside of a tag. So for example, the value attribute. Those are easy to hack as well if there's no filter in place. Of course, if there's a filter in place, it's going to be a little bit harder. But we're going to teach you guys all about filter evasion in the next few episodes. So stay tuned for that. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye! Hello you amazing hackers, hope you're all doing well today. We're going to start doing the reflected cross-site scripting in Canonical tags from Portswigger Web Security Labs today. Now, canonical tabs, what exactly is a canonical tag? So first of all, it's really important that we explain this to you guys. A canonical tag is a tag like any other tag in HTML, such as the H tag. You got your image tags. You also have your link tags, and it can have a relationship canonical. And it's a way of telling search engines like Google, they start crawling your website, they start spidering it, and they start making their website maps. It's important to tell Google which URL is exactly the correct one. I'm going to give you guys an example as well. For example, you have www.google.com, but you can also access the site by just typing in google.com. And you don't want the search engines to index all of those options. You want to tell it which one is the correct one. For example, in here you can see link rel equals canonical, and the href tells it that https://moz.com is the actual link that it has to index, not some other link that it came to the website on. So for example, if I came to this website via www. It wouldn't index the www. So that's what canonical tags are. Now, how can we abuse them? There is this specific attribute in HTML called global access key. And this global access key means that if you do a shortcut, we're going to go back to the labs real quick. So in here you can see 3 different shortcuts. First one is for Windows, then you have the Mac OS X shortcut and the Linux shortcut, as you can see in here. And these shortcuts, when you press them, that's what the access key attribute is going to trigger. So when I, for example, Ctrl-Alt-X, means that I have to set an access key of X in this case. Now what they've done is, we're going to look at the solution in here real quick. They gave us a URL that we can follow. Now for me this is a bit gibberish, I want to know what it says. So I'm going to URL decode it, and it's a little bit easier to read for me. As you can see, it sets the access key to X, and it sets an on click to alert 1. Now when we enter this into our website, we'll go to our lab specifically, and now we'll look at the source code. We'll see what happens. So we'll look for the canonical tag. There we go, we have our canonical tag, and in here we can see that the href hasn't changed, but it's gotten a new attribute called access key X, and also an on-click alert equals alert 1. Now the on-click is going to be triggered by our access key. So when I do the commands that I need to do, Ctrl-Alt-X, since I'm on macOS, and I need to have my website, of course, highlighted, I can see that I accidentally so-called clicked on it. So this is a way to abuse canonical tags. If you know what they mean, what they are, and you can insert an attribute into them called access key. This access key can be triggered by pressing the shortcuts on your keyboard. And when you press those shortcuts, you're going to trigger the on-click event, because the access key is just like a click. So it was pretty easy. I hope you guys enjoyed this. We'll do a little bit harder one in the next episode. If you did enjoy, please leave a like. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. And I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? I hope you're all doing well today. So quite a few have asked me what my cross-site scripting attack strategy is, and it might surprise quite a few of you. It's not what you think, and I've seen quite a few people make these mistakes, so I hope you can learn from them. Let's get right into them, shall we? So the first mistake I see quite a lot of people make is they go online, they look for cross-site scripting payloads, they copy the first list that they see and they paste it everywhere that they can, or they take Intruder or something, and they just go at it that way and think that they can find quite a lot of cross-site scripting attacks like that. Well, I hate to burst your bubble here, guys, but that's not going to do you quite a lot of good. There's a very high chance that you're going to encounter a duplicate, because you're not the only person that can find these lists. So if you want to do this per se, it really helps to find your own list, to create your own list. Now, why do I say this? First of all, 99% of the lists that I see there are purely aimed at HTML injection. That's not how cross-site scripting works, guys. HTML injection is a possibility, a possible entry point for cross-site scripting. But it's not the only way. You see quite a lot of people, quite a lot of lists that list all of these HTML tags, and that's quite good. Of course, you need them as well, but you need to actually understand what you're doing. So my method of fuzzing would be to get just all the special characters that I can find and see if any of those catches, or if any of those cause any strange behavior. And then if you see web application filter, your ear should go ringing, because web application filters, they often mean that developers are trying to hide something that they weren't able to hide in code, and they have to use a web application filter to hide that. So when you see one, try to dig a little bit deeper. That's usually a pretty good sign. Now, another mistake I see quite a lot of people make is they just download XSS Hunter. I'm sorry, not download XSS Hunter. I mean XSS Strike, of course, which is a pretty good tool if you ask me. There's nothing wrong with that tool, but they just go online, they download the first tool that they see, and they try to find cross-site scripting that way. Can you find cross-site scripting that way? Of course, but there is so much chance that it's going to be a duplicate. First of all, of course, all of the parameters, all of the URLs that you feed, it really matters that you find hidden parameters. It doesn't matter what tool you run. It matters to some degree that you use the right word list, of course, and that you have to have your own word list, not the one that everybody uses. But if you're able to find some hidden parameters in JavaScript files or wherever, like wayback URLs, or just by using the website, maybe there are some hidden fields, you know, it might even help to investigate those. Those are the ways, or those are the things that are going to prevent you from getting a duplicate. Because, guys, seriously, everybody knows how to copy and paste an HTML attack vector and see if they get HTML injection. Everybody knows that. But if you fuzz your parameters where you think HTML injection might be possible, where you think cross-site scripting might be possible, if you start fuzzing all of your parameters with all of your special characters, you might see that a single or a double quote suddenly breaks something. Now, why might that happen? You might start looking in the JavaScript code. You might notice that that value gets put into the JavaScript code somewhere, and it gets put into a double quote, like a string that gets terminated too early. That's going to cause some problems, but it might also help you with some JavaScript insertion, and you don't even need your HTML tags for that. All you need to do is manipulate that JavaScript a little bit at that moment. And all of these fancy payload lists, all of these fancy attack vectors that test for HTML injection, they're 90% are going to miss this, because of course they're going to generate an error. But if you don't know what you're doing, and this is the biggest mistake I see people make, they want to start hunting for cross-site scripting when they don't know JavaScript. That's not a good idea, guys. First of all, if you find your attack vector, if you find something that catches, you're going to have to exploit it properly. You're going to have to either steal some cookies or you're going to have to execute some JavaScript function, but you're going to have to do something with that. Now, second of all, it's really important, of course, that if you find those things, if you find something that you can exploit, that you also know all of the security mechanisms that hang around those things. Like cookies are protected by HTTP flags. You have CSP that's in place at some targets. So you have to know all of those properties, all of those protections as well, besides just knowing what the JavaScript is. Now, you don't need to be able to write JavaScript fluently, of course, but it's really important that you're able to read it properly and that you're able to understand what's going on screen. This is also very important because it's not going to happen that you go to a target. Quite often you're going to find JavaScript files that are obfuscated. You're not going to find plain text JavaScript files a lot in the wild. At least if your target knows what they're doing, they're going to obfuscate that JavaScript, and it's up to you to deobfuscate that JavaScript. So that's where some of the CTF tools come in handy as well, and some of the CTF skills that you learn there. They're also useful for bug bounty hunting and cross-site scripting. Now, one big, huge final mistake that I see everybody who goes for cross-site scripting make, and there's no exception, even I do this all of the time. When I look for a cross-site scripting attack vector, I don't start early enough. I just, like all of these parameters that I see, I'll try and insert my attack vector in there, but it's really important. And this is where integrations come into play, guys. So when you have your application, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to probably register an account. This is where you should try fuzzing with some special characters already. And this is what makes it hard, because you're going to have to create multiple accounts to be able to fuzz with most of these special characters that you're going to fuzz with. Why does this matter? Why is this important? Because sometimes when you have multiple accounts, it takes a while to create them. You guys know how it goes. You're hunting on your target. You have to create one account, another account. It takes a while. People don't like that. It takes a long time. People don't take the effort to go through that. If they want to test something new, creating a new account, it's sometimes bothersome, and I don't even go through the trouble of doing it, but I should. And if I really want to test my cross-site scripting attack vector, for example, I want to test something new, I'll edit my account's name instead of creating a new account and trying there. Now, why does this matter? Because the edit endpoint might have some different validations on it than the creation endpoint. So if you really want to test your cross-site scripting attack vector, it's really important that you test it throughout all of the flows of the application. So you create a new account with a new attack vector, you order something new, you see in the invoice if there's something that triggers your attack vector. If it's not, you go through all of the functionalities. And if you want to try a new attack vector, or if you have some new ideas, like instead of HTML injection, maybe you just want to try fuzzing some random parameters, you just create a new account, you just go through the flows again, you create a new account, try to order a new item, try to get a new invoice, but you start over. And of course you can edit them as well, but it's really important that you go through the flows all of the time. Now, why is this so important? You guys might be wondering. It's really simple. All of these flows, it's sort of like automatic testing, you know. You have your cross-site scripting attack vector in there already, and all you have to do is go through them manually, go through these flows manually. And if your attack vector gives you a pop-up, you'll know automatically. So you don't have to waste any more time finding these automatic tools, because guys, really, these automatic tools, they're good and you should run them. Of course you should run them, but they're not the end all be all. If that's where your story ends, then you're not doing the right thing, in my opinion. You should run them next to your manual testing and start as early as possible. You should insert your cross-site scripting attack vector as soon as you create an account into every single field that you see. And then when you create a new product, again, attack vector. When you create anything new, insert your attack vector. Also try editing them, editing the name, editing the product description. See if that brings you something cool. And don't just leave it at HTML injections. Also try JavaScript injections. Try doing weird stuff with random parameters. It really helps if you try to understand your application a little bit. And you might be wondering to yourself, Uncle Rat, do you really spend all that time reading through all of that JavaScript? And my answer is yes, of course. Why aren't you? That's a freaking gold mine. Go read that JavaScript file, guys. Why are you even watching my videos still? You should be reading JavaScript files. Seriously, for a second, the anatomy of a cross-site scripting attack vector is really, really simple. You have your alert, that's your event that's going to happen. You have to have an event handler, something to trigger that event. If you want that alert on an HTML tag, it's going to be an event handler like on error, on click, on submit. There are different event handlers. If you want, you can look at the Portswigger cheat sheet for that. They have a really good list of all of the event handlers available, and also all of the HTML tags where you can possibly do something like that on. So you do your event handler, you insert it into your HTML tag, and that should be enough. If it's not enough, you can try some more stuff, like you can try encoding your payload, you can try putting it in an eval function, you can try so many things because, for example, the eval might not be functioned. And one thing you have to know about cross-site scripting, guys, is often developers will try to block your cross-site scripting attempts by implementing a blacklist filter. Now, if you know anything about blacklist filters, it's that if they forget to put anything on the blacklist, that means that we can easily get through. I have a video about cross-site scripting attacks and how you can easily look for them automatically with Burp Intruder and their cheat sheet as well. So I'll put that one up in the corner right here somewhere. Should be there right now. So if you guys want to watch that, that's also a pretty good video. Now, as for reflected cross-site scripting, a lot of you guys know what reflected cross-site scripting is. You'll probably go looking for reflected cross-site scripting on search pages on any parameter that's reflected. But I urge you to really think outside of the box here, guys, because you're not going to find a reflected cross-site scripting on the search page of a website. That's not going to happen. What you have to do is go really, really deep and think, okay, maybe there are some parameters that I'm not seeing. Maybe there are some parameters that I need to do some stuff for or read the JavaScript for. Maybe there are some things reflected on error pages, like if I get a 403 page or a 404 page. Maybe there are things reflected if I log in with a strange username, like if, say, for example, I log in as a username, the system might say the thexssrat is not available on the system. I'll have to replace my name, the thexssrat, with an attack vector and see if I can get some cross-site scripting that way. You know, that's just thinking outside of the box a little bit. There's not going to be quite a lot of impact there, I think. But you never know, of course, so I would really urge you guys to just stay curious, stay exploring, and stay freaking amazing. I hope I'll see you guys later. Bye, amazing hackers. Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? I hope you're all doing well today. So quite a few have asked me what my cross-site scripting attack strategy is, and it might surprise quite a few of you. It's not what you think, and I've seen quite a few people make these mistakes, so I hope you can learn from them. Let's get right into them, shall we? So the first mistake I see quite a lot of people make is they go online, they look for cross-site scripting payloads, they copy the first list that they see and they paste it everywhere that they can, or they take Intruder or something, and they just go at it that way and think that they can find quite a lot of cross-site scripting attacks like that. Well, I hate to burst your bubble here, guys, but that's not going to do you quite a lot of good. There's a very high chance that you're going to encounter a duplicate because you're not the only person that can find these lists. So if you want to do this per se, it really helps to find your own list, to create your own list. Now, why do I say this? First of all, 99% of the lists that I see there are purely aimed at HTML injection. That's not how cross-site scripting works, guys. HTML injection is a possibility, a possible entry point for cross-site scripting. But it's not the only way. You see quite a lot of people, quite a lot of lists that list all of these HTML tags, and that's quite good. Of course, you need them as well, but you need to actually understand what you're doing. So my method of fuzzing would be to get just all the special characters that I can find and see if any of those catches or if any of those cause any strange behavior. And then if you see web application filter, your ear should go ringing, because web application filters, they often mean that developers are trying to hide something that they weren't able to hide in code, and they have to use a web application filter to hide that. So when you see one, try to dig a little bit deeper. That's usually a pretty good sign. Now, another mistake I see quite a lot of people make is they just download XSS Hunter. I'm sorry, not download XSS Hunter. I mean XSS Strike, of course, which is a pretty good tool if you ask me. There's nothing wrong with that tool, but they just go online, they download the first tool that they see, and they try to find cross-site scripting that way. Can you find cross-site scripting that way? Of course, but there is so much chance that it's going to be a duplicate. First of all, of course, all of the parameters, all of the URLs that you feed, it really matters that you find hidden parameters. It doesn't matter what tool you run. It matters to some degree that you use the right word list, of course, and that you have to have your own word list, not the one that everybody uses. But if you're able to find some hidden parameters in JavaScript files or wherever, like wayback URLs, or just by using the website, maybe there are some hidden fields, you know, it might even help to investigate those. Those are the ways, or those are the things that are going to prevent you from getting a duplicate. Because, guys, seriously, everybody knows how to copy and paste an HTML attack vector and see if they get HTML injection. Everybody knows that. But if you fuzz your parameters where you think HTML injection might be possible, where you think cross-site scripting might be possible, if you start fuzzing all of your parameters with all of your special characters, you might see that a single or a double quote suddenly breaks something. Now, why might that happen? You might start looking in the JavaScript code. You might notice that that value gets put into the JavaScript code somewhere, and it gets put into a double quote, like a string that gets terminated too early. That's going to cause some problems, but it might also help you with some JavaScript insertion, and you don't even need your HTML tags for that. All you need to do is manipulate that JavaScript a little bit at that moment. And all of these fancy payload lists, all of these fancy attack vectors that test for HTML injection, they're 90% are going to miss this, because of course they're going to generate an error. But if you don't know what you're doing, and this is the biggest mistake I see people make, they want to start hunting for cross-site scripting when they don't know JavaScript. That's not a good idea, guys. First of all, if you find your attack vector, if you find something that catches, you're going to have to exploit it properly. You're going to have to either steal some cookies, or you're going to have to execute some JavaScript function, but you're going to have to do something with that. Now, second of all, it's really important, of course, that if you find those things, if you find something that you can exploit, that you also know all of the security mechanisms that hang around those things. Like cookies are protected by HTTP flags. You have CSP that's in place at some targets. So you have to know all of those properties, all of those protections as well, besides just knowing what the JavaScript is. Now, you don't need to be able to write JavaScript fluently, of course, but it's really important that you're able to read it properly and that you're able to understand what's going on screen. This is also very important, because it's not going to happen that you go to a target. Quite often you're going to find JavaScript files that are obfuscated. You're not going to find plain text JavaScript files a lot in the wild, at least if your target knows what they're doing. they're going to obfuscate that JavaScript, and it's up to you to deobfuscate that JavaScript. So that's where some of the CTF tools come in handy as well, and some of the CTF skills that you learn there. They're also useful for bug bounty hunting and cross-site scripting. Now, one big, huge final mistake that I see everybody who goes for cross-site scripting make, and there's no exception, even I do this all of the time. When I look for a cross-site scripting attack vector, I don't start early enough. I just, like all of these parameters that I see, I'll try and insert my attack vector in there. But it's really important, and this is where integrations come into play, guys. So when you have your application, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to probably register an account. This is where you should try fuzzing with some special characters already. And this is what makes it hard, because you're going to have to create multiple accounts to be able to fuzz with most of these special characters that you're going to fuzz with. Why does this matter? Why is this important? Because sometimes when you have multiple accounts, it takes a while to create them. You guys know how it goes. You're hunting on your target. You have to create one account, another account. It takes a while. People don't like that. It takes a long time. People don't take the effort to go through that. If they want to test something new, creating a new account, it's sometimes bothersome, and I don't even go through the trouble of doing it, but I should. And if I really want to test my cross-site scripting attack vector, for example, I want to test something new, I'll edit my account's name instead of creating a new account and trying there. Now, why does this matter? Because the edit endpoint might have some different validations on it than the creation endpoint. So if you really want to test your cross-site scripting attack vector, it's really important that you test it throughout all of the flows of the application. So you create a new account with a new attack vector, you order something new, you see in the invoice if there's something that triggers your attack vector. If it's not, you go through all of the functionalities. And if you want to try a new attack vector, or if you have some new ideas, like instead of HTML injection, maybe you just want to try fuzzing some random parameters, this, like, you just create a new account, you just go through the flows again, you create a new account, try to order a new item, try to get a new invoice, but you start over. And of course you can edit them as well, but it's really important that you go through the flows all of the time. Now, why is this so important? You guys might be wondering. It's really simple. All of these flows, it's sort of like automatic testing, you know. You have your cross-site scripting attack vector in there already, and all you have to do is go through them manually, go through these flows manually. And if your attack vector gives you a pop-up, you'll know automatically. So you don't have to waste any more time finding these automatic tools, because guys, really, these automatic tools, they're good and you should run them. Of course you should run them, but they're not the end all be all. If that's where your story ends, then you're not doing the right thing, in my opinion. You should run them next to your manual testing and start as early as possible. You should insert your cross-site scripting attack vector as soon as you create an account into every single field that you see. And then when you create a new product, again, attack vector. When you create anything new, insert your attack vector. Also try editing them, editing the name, editing the product description. See if that brings you something cool. And don't just leave it at HTML injections. Also try JavaScript injections. Try doing weird stuff with random parameters. It really helps if you try to understand your application a little bit. And you might be wondering to yourself, Uncle Red, do you really spend all that time reading through all of that JavaScript? And my answer is yes, of course. Why aren't you? That's a freaking gold mine. Go read that JavaScript file, guys. Why are you even watching my videos still? You should be reading JavaScript files. Seriously, for a second, the anatomy of a cross-site scripting attack vector is really, really simple. You have your alert, that's your event that's going to happen. You have to have an event handler, something to trigger that event. If you want that alert on an HTML tag, it's going to be an event handler like on error, on click, on submit. There are different event handlers. If you want, you can look at the Portswigger cheat sheet for that. They have a really good list of all of the event handlers available, and also all of the HTML tags where you can possibly do something like that on. So you do your event handler, you insert it into your HTML tag, and that should be enough. If it's not enough, you can try some more stuff, like you can try encoding your payload, you can try putting it in an eval function, you can try so many things, because for example the eval might not be functioned. And one thing you have to know about cross-site scripting, guys, is often developers will try to block your cross-site scripting attempts by implementing a blacklist filter. Now, if you know anything about blacklist filters, it's that if they forget to put anything on the blacklist, that means that we can easily get through. I have a video about cross-site scripting attacks and how you can easily look for them automatically with Burp Intruder and their cheat sheet as well. So I'll put that one up in the corner right here somewhere. Should be there right now. So if you guys want to watch that, that's also a pretty good video. Now, as for reflected cross-site scripting, a lot of you guys know what reflected cross-site scripting is. You'll probably go looking for reflected cross-site scripting on search pages on any parameter that's reflected. But I urge you to really think outside of the box here, guys, because you're not going to find a reflected cross-site scripting on the search page of a website. That's not going to happen. What you have to do is go really, really deep and think, okay, maybe there are some parameters that I'm not seeing. Maybe there are some parameters that I need to do some stuff for or read the JavaScript for. Maybe there are some things reflected on error pages, like if I get a 403 page or a 404 page. Maybe there are things reflected if I log in with a strange username, like if, say, for example, I log in as a username, the system might say user thexssrat is not available on the system. I'll have to replace my name, thexssrat, with an attack vector and see if I can get some cross-site scripting that way. You know, that's just thinking outside of the box a little bit. There's not going to be quite a lot of impact there, I think. But you never know, of course, so I would really urge you guys to just stay curious, stay exploring, and stay freaking amazing. I hope I'll see you guys later. Bye, amazing hackers. Hello, amazing hackers. Hope you're all doing well today. Welcome to another video. So in this video, I want to talk a little bit about WAFs, or web application firewalls. You've probably all encountered them, and they're annoying as can be for us hackers. So let's talk a little bit about them, shall we? So let's just pretend that this is us. This is just the actor that we're talking about. And let's pretend that we try and reach a specific website over here. So this is the actor that we have, and we have a website. Now this is going to be important later on. There we go. And our website, I'm typing here website, of course. Now, as we go on, our actor is going to want to access this website. That's normally going to try and make a specific GET request. So let's type that out. He's going to make a GET request to / let's call it index.php. All right, so that GET request needs to be done. He's going to try and do it. Let's draw a stamp. Going to try and do it, but he's going to encounter some filters along the way, because you, as the owner of this website, of course, don't want any input to come to your website. You want it to be clean, you want it to be sane. You don't want any crap on your website that might break it, of course. So what are your options there? You have a couple of options as a website owner. You can basically install a web application firewall. Now, it's really important to know that if you do this, you still need a regular firewall, because we're talking about web application firewalls. They will only filter web application traffic. Really important to know. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to enter a pre-processor phase. Now let's take a little bit of a stamp. There we go. And this pre-processor phase is basically going to ask, so this is the pre-processor that we have here, pre-processor. There we go. And the preprocessor is going to try and grab all of this data. It's going to make it uniform. It's going to tidy it up. And it's going to try and remove all of the outliers. Now, this function is not as important. We move on to the next one. Then we go to the normalization function. So in the normalization function, we have a couple of other things that are going to happen. This is basically where all of your things like your Unicode and all of that stuff get decoded. So normalization. Let's say I have a base 64 value in my request. I need to decode that and I need to check it as well. I cannot just pass it on as a value of base 64. We'll get more into that later, but it's really important that I filter this out properly. So that's why my normalization is here. It's going to try to decode Unicode, UTF, anything base 64, hex code, anything it encounters, it's going to try and normalize that stuff. So then when that has happened, you're only left with sane HTTP and HTTPS requests that don't have any UTF code in them, that don't have any base 64 code in them. So then we move on to the next step. And this is why we've all been doing this. As we go on, we come on to the last one, and that's the input validation step. Now, this is one of the most important steps because this step is going to determine if your text is going to be allowed into the website or not. Here we have the input validation step. Now, in this input validation step, everything is going to get checked, simple as that. But of course, this is going to take a lot of CPU power because if you're checking something, you're actually opening it, you're reading it, you're seeing it, you're checking it for errors, and only then are you passing it. This checking often works on a blacklist basis. What does a blacklist basis mean? It basically means that we have a list of specific words, like this one here. We have word A, we have word B, we have a word C, and we have word D. If any of these words are in the request, then the request is getting blocked off. So that's basically a blacklist. If any of the words on the list is in the request, it's getting blocked off. That's not good, of course, because that takes a lot of power. If you have a giant list, that's going to take a lot of power. And if you think about the possible web application attacks, then you know that you're going to have a giant list because we're not just talking about cross-site scripting here. This blacklist needs to contain cross-site scripting patterns. It needs to contain SQL injection patterns, remote file execution, local file execution, XXC. It needs to be able to recognize all of these different patterns. And that's why input validation is going to take a long time. So the normalization and the pre-processing happens. So it's going to take a little bit less time. But then after that, we can do our input validation. Now on to the next part. Let me just quickly grab that here. There we go. So we can move on. Yep. Sorry about the small interruption here. But then we basically move on to, let me just pause it. All right, amazing hackers. So now that you know how this input validation works, how these web application firewalls work, we can move on to the next step. Let's say you're an attacker and you're trying to get around all of this. How would you go about this? Well, actually, there are a couple of things that you can try because this is basically the principle of a web application firewall, but there's so many complexities and there's so many ways of implementing this that it's going to be impossible that two vendors have the exact same solution. Every vendor is going to have their own strengths and weaknesses. And that's going to be something good for us because some vendors will spend a lot of money getting very secure applications, while other vendors might only have the input validation because they don't want to spend as much money and they just want to make a product that works. So they bring out this input validation product. It will cost a lot less, but it's going to be a lot slower. It's going to skip a lot of validations and all of that stuff. So there are going to be differences in these different web application firewalls. That's very important that you know that. Some of them won't have this preprocessor, some of them won't have the normalization steps, and we can fool those steps, by the way. That's also what we want to do. Let's say, for example, that the normalization step is going to be missing from our story here. Well, in that case, what you can do is, let's say we have an attack vector. So let's create a quick attack vector here. Let's say we are making a request to get index to search.php. Let's make it to search.php. Then a question mark, of course, for a query. And then we're going to do let's insert a broken image, shall we? So that would be image source equals x on error equals alert. More very basic. What am I doing here? On error equals alert. So this is a very, very basic attack vector that we have here. Of course, we need to close it down as well. Let's say I sent this over to the server. The preprocessor is still there. The input validation is still there. So this is going to fail the input validation. It's as simple as that. Input validation is still there. It's going to be looking, oh, this contains on error, on alert, it contains a JavaScript handler, it contains a JavaScript function. That's not good input. It's not sane. I'm not going to show it. So, okay, then what can we do about this? You might be wondering, well, let's start with the first one, normalization is gone. In this case, we can base 64 encode our values. So if we do this, we can also do I'm just going to do the query part now, by the way. We can also do query equals, and then we can open our tags again, and we can make it a data tag. So data, and then we can say text/HTML, and then we can say base 64 for base 64 encoded. So what we can do then is base 64 or encode our payload here, and then we can paste it here. Of course, we need to put a comma behind this as well. So let's quickly do that. Can we still do that? Base 64 comma. There we go. Ooh, that's an M. So any payload that you paste in here, base 64 encoded, is going to come into this data field. And then when we pass the preprocessor, because the preprocessor is going to check for this, it will continue on to the input validation. The input validation will see a bunch of base 64 text, and that base 64 text will be useless to the input validation. It will be like, okay, this is nothing, let's let it through. So then it will say, oh, this input is okay. And then it'll let it through to the website. And of course, the website will start decoding this, and our alert might still pop. That's what we want to achieve with this kind of attack. Now, there are other scenarios as well, of course. This is just a very simple scenario, but there are some language-specific tricks that you can use as well. For example, I'm going to just take the basic query again that we had before. So let's see, query equals. And then let's say there's a local file inclusion on this one, or even a remote code execution. Let's make it real cool. Let's say there's a remote code execution on this parameter. What can we do? Let's think about this. Okay, let's cut the etc password file. So let's do a cat of the /etc/password file. Now, in this case, I'm quickly going to draw back our normalization here, because that's something that we have back right now. So our normalization is back again. There we go. Normalization. We have it back. And in this case, we can try a couple of things here. Because, for example, if we're talking about PHP, what PHP will do is it will automatically remove any spaces that we have in our URL, and it will replace them with an underscore. So in that case, what we can do is we can try to, let's make another query parameter here. We can do a cat %20, for example, C%20, and then a T, and then /etc/password. If our cat was our filtered word. So if we do a remote code execution and cat seems to be our filtered word, then we might be able, if it's PHP, we might be able to get around it by adding this %20 in here. What this %20 will translate to is a space, and PHP will replace that space. So what that means is that this cat command will still be executed, and we can paste this anywhere. Let's say the etc directory is forbidden. Let's say the password directory is forbidden. So as you can see, we can paste this anywhere. basically. So that's very important. And I think I lost my whiteboard. There we go. Back to it. So for these, it's really, really important that you know what technology you're hacking. Am I hacking PHP? Am I hacking ASP? Because ASPX, what they will do is, I'm going to make another query. What ASPX will do is if I do cat, and if this is a filtered word, what I can do is I can add a percent sign in here, just a simple percent sign. What this percent sign will do is it will, in ASPX, what it's going to do is it's going to remove it, just remove it if there are no numbers behind it. There have to be two numbers or I think hexadecimal values. So basically there have to be, I think, hexadecimal values behind this. And if they're not, ASPX is going to filter this. So if we execute our command like this, and cat is the filtered word, then it's still going to get through because ASPX is going to filter this, but it's already too late because then our input is already at the website. What you have to know is that all of this stuff in the web application firewall is basically a layer before our website. This is just like another server, like another firewall, and it's going to capture our requests before they reach the website, and it's going to try to filter anything that's not allowed. Now I'm talking about this percent sign here. That one is a pretty interesting one, but those are bound to their technologies. This one is ASPX and this one is PHP. There are some other techniques as well. For example, you can just add spaces maybe. Let's try another one. Let's open up our image again. So we have our image that we had, but let's just add a space this time. So image source, and then we add a space equals, and then we add another space X. We do that as well for the event handler on error, and then a space, and then a space again, and then alert. So that's basically a basic, there we go. Let's close this down. That's also a way we can get around filters sometimes. What if the filter is looking for source equals, or on alert equals, or equals alert, or something like that? You never know, so it's always worth a shot. That's a really basic one. We can also try things like if we have this one again, let's make another text here. Q equals cat. Let's make it just an ls. An ls is really easy to type. So you have an ls command here. What we can also do is just add a backslash in here, because the moment we add a backslash in here, what Linux or Bash, I should say, what Bash is going to do is Bash is going to interpret this as an escape character. And since there's nothing to escape on this S, it's just going to display this S. But our filter might be looking specifically for the ls command. And if it's not exactly that ls command, some filters might get very, very confused. A little bit more about that later, because I think it's very important that you know. Now, the next trick I want to show you is you can also do some really cool stuff with things like wildcards, for example. I don't know if you know this, but you can do Q. If I want to do the ls command, I can do L and then a star and then S. Try that. Try that on your terminal right now. It will execute. That's really, really cool, really funny. I've also have this one where you can do like the, let's say you want to do cat/etc/password. It's possible. Some people want to do that. So let's go /etc/password. Now let's say you want to do this. You can also do this by putting a single quote around the W, for example. That's also going to be interpreted just as the etc password file. By the way, I'm not sure if it's password, or password, like password. You have to give it a try. I'm really sorry. I have bad memory, so I don't remember this stuff. Anyway, single quotes are also very useful in this, but also just double quotes. Let's just surround it with double quotes, you know? That's also very useful. Just don't remove it. There we go. That's also a possible way to get around one of these filters. We can also do some other things, like we can add a star character in the middle of it. That's also possible in the middle of anywhere in our command. And Linux is going to interpret that properly. It's going to run our command. We can enter 2 stars, etc. Many, many, many possibilities.
Now, what I also wanted to show you is wildcards, because you've probably all been working with wildcards before, but I don't think you realize how powerful wildcards really are. This is a really, really cool trick, and I like it. So let's say we do a cat again of the /etc/password. Okay, nothing wrong here. But did you know that you can also do a cut of the etc pass and then question mark? That's interesting, because what Linux or Bash, I keep saying Linux, but I should say Bash. What Bash is going to do in this case is it's going to replace this question mark with the first thing that it finds. So it's going to look for anything that matches this pattern, etc pass, and then it's going to look if there's anything that matches the complete pattern. Like there can be one character in this location. That's what this question mark is all about. There can only be one character in that specific location. And that's very important, because if we do this slash question mark, slash, and then I think it's password PASWD. So if you enter this, you're still going to get your etc password. Unless you have a file that looks a lot like this in any location, then you're going to get that file. But it really depends on which one is found first as well. So this is a really cool trick, because if I'm not allowed to do any input, if I'm not allowed to grab the etc password file, for example, for the input validation, if the input validation says no, that's not going to happen, then I might try and catting this, and the input validation might think, oh, that is catting a bunch of question marks. It's strange, but I don't mind. It's okay. Go onto the website. And in that case, the website has a real big problem, because it's still catting the etc password file, but nobody's really sure. And if you can't do the cat, and if you cannot run any commands at all, you can still run commands. I don't know if you know this, but this is something really cool, and I love this. You can just go to let's do /user/bin, or you can just do it like this, /user/bin. And if there is a command that is only just one command strong, if there's only just one command of it, you can just try and do it with the question marks that we just learned. You can just try and autofill it with, like, if it's like the ls command, this is not going to work, because this is going to grab the lp command, what I'm doing right now. So let's say you're not allowed to execute anything at all on the server, because the moment you try to execute a function or anything at all, it's going to block you on the input validation stage. Well, in that case, you might be able to serve to the user bin directory, and the server might allow you. It might say, okay, you're just going through a random directory, I don't care about that. And then you might still be able to execute commands using this question mark strategy. You just have to make sure that you know what your target looks like. If he's running Linux, if he's running Ubuntu, if he's running Fedora, if he's running whatever, but you just need to know what their infrastructure looks like, what they're running at the moment. And then, of course, you can try and grab data with this as well. I've been talking about commands, but you can grab data as well. It really depends on what you want. So as you can see, there are quite a few ways to get around web application firewalls. So don't be discouraged if you see one. There are more ways than I'm showing right here. I am sure of that. And there's one trick which I'm not going to tell you. I'm really sorry, but I think it's irresponsible of me, because it has a zero educational value in the context of YouTube. So if you guys enjoyed this video, I would highly appreciate it if you guys gave me a thumbs up. It's been a lot of work, and I love doing this. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Uncle Red out. Peace.
Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? I hope you're all doing well today. So, thanks to bugpog.com, we get to learn about content security policy. I hope you guys are ready. First of all, some of you guys have been able to participate in the cards CTF challenge that has been created by bugpog.com, and the winners of that will get their emails by the 23rd of January 2021. So if you haven't received your email by then, I'm sorry, but you didn't win. For those of you who did, congratulations, you guys are freaking amazing. Those write-ups are really great to read. So let's get right into the video. Now, real quickly guys, some programs, if you're doing bug bounties, they don't allow you to use third-party applications such as BugPog or XSS Hunter to host your POCs on. Make sure that you read your scope pages properly for that. So let's get right into the challenge, shall we? A lot of you guys have probably found this HTML injection pretty quickly. It's a basic DOM cross-site scripting. Everything behind the hashtag is sunk into the DOM. And then you have your on error here, your JavaScript handle, which should pop an alert. But as you guys can see, it's not popping an alert for me. Now, this is where content security policy comes into play, because what that's doing in this instance is it's generating a nonce on the server. Now, if you guys don't know what a nonce is, you guys might be thinking, Uncle Rat, stop this nonsense, tell us what it is. A nonce is really simple. It's basically like a randomly generated string that's generated on every single request. Very important to notice, every single request. So when your nonce is generated, any JavaScript that wants to be executed on your page needs that nonce to work. In this instance, we don't have our nonce in our attack vector, so it's not going to work, it's not going to fire. Now you can steal your nonce by over-indexing. We have a couple of clues in the JavaScript file, so let's look at script.js, and we can find that script.js by just inspecting element. That's what I do. You can look here, it's usually in the head, there will be some scripts in here. You can see in here script.js. So this is one I'm going to look at for now. And we can see some functions in here. The first one is interesting, sanitize text. And what this does, it creates a text node. Now make sure that you guys read these documentations to know what the text node actually is and does. Now, what it basically does, and we'll get a little bit more into that later, but we have a generate cards function here, and this is a three-dimensional array. We also have a parameter on that pop-up window that's called indexes, and in there we can enter an index, and what that will do is it will see on what index we are, and then it will sanitize the text on the player name. And basically we can, because this is sanitized, this text is sanitized, we can over-index it. The sanitization will do a text node creation, which is basically also an array, and it gets pasted behind this, and we can over-index into that. Now how that looks like in practice is like this. As I told you guys before, we need to grab the nonce, and we cannot leave the page because we need to execute the JavaScript on the same page. If I execute a new request, a new nonce is being generated, and what I've stole is useless. So how I can break out of those indexes is pretty simple. I can go into the owner document. In there I can go into the scripts, and in the 0 index I can find my nonce. Now when I do that, I have to enter that data into a variable, and then I can input it into my JavaScript. How that looks like in practice is I can run it for you guys thanks to bugpog.com, which is a really cool functionality. I might need to, I still have a browser open, I think. So what this will do is it will display a button with a hack functionality in there. And when I click that, as you guys can see, it's grabbing the nonce for me now. And then when it has that, it's pasting it into the JavaScript file. So that's basically it. That's how we were able to bypass the nonce. I know it seems simple. It's anything but simple. So if you didn't get that solution, don't beat yourself up for it. BugPog is a genius at creating cross-site scripting challenges. He's really good at it. So if you guys are interested, I would highly recommend that you participate in the next one as well. Thank you guys so much. This event has been amazing. I hope you all learned something. If you did, I would really appreciate a like. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye, amazing hackers.
Hello, you amazing hackers. If you're watching this video, you probably want to know what iframe injection is, so let's get right into it. It's pretty simple actually. So you have this iframe example on this page, and this iframe, what it does, it loads some kind of file. And in this example, it's going to load the file that's specified in the parameter URL.
when it's going to load, for example, robots.txt. Now it's going to do that through JavaScript. So what it's actually going to do is it's going to execute some JavaScript, which we can insert our own reflected JavaScript into. So it's pretty much reflected cross-site scripting into an iframe loading event. What's going to happen now in this example, which I've written here, is it's going to load the robots.txt and it's going to end its piece of JavaScript, and on load it's going to give us an alert. So it's going to tell us this specific iframe. When we go and look at it, there we go, on load you have to do an alert. So when we do this, of course we're going to do a cross-site scripting event, which is not supposed to happen. This is an iframe cross-site scripting event, which is a pretty cool trick if you ask me. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Hey, what's up, you amazing hackers? I hope you're all doing well today. So, we're going to talk a little bit about XXE, which is one of my favorite vulnerability types. Yes, you heard me right, XXE. Now, first of all, you might be wondering, what the hell am I talking about? What is XXE? I'm going to tell you a little bit about XXE. It's basically XML, external. So that's what the X comes from again, but instead they choose from this. I don't know why they picked this X, but this is the external, and then entity injection. There we go, entity. Now, what does all of this mumbo jumbo mean? Well, basically, XML files, they will allow us at certain points to include external entities, and those entities can be anything ranging from a system file to a SSRF attack to basically anything that we need. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But first we need to talk a little bit about blind SSRF. So that's what we're going to talk about first. Blind SSRF, it's, what am I saying, blind XXE, of course. So blind XXE is basically the same as normal XXE. What you're going to do is you're going to try and get this XXE, this entity is going to be our external server, our IP address, and we're going to try to make a connection to that. And if it works, then we know that we have an XXE attack possible. Now, why are we going to try it like this? It's pretty basic, pretty simple. I always like to test with blind XXE first, because the blind XXE allows me to actually, how shall I put this in the easiest way? If XXE is blocked, or just the feedback from the XXE attack is blocked, then I am pretty much missing my XXE attack, but there might still be an XXE attack factor in there. So that's why I always use the blind one first, and then I go over to normal XXE attacks, because it was easier for me to not miss any of them. Now, we'll go over to what XXE is in depth. I keep messing up my names, of course. It's XXE. So we'll go into more XXE in depth in the next chapter, and we'll basically look at how we can exploit them. So thank you very much for watching this video. I will see you in the next one. Alright, you're back, amazing hacker. So first of all, I'm going to explain you properly what an XXE attack basically is. I'm going to do this by drawing. I know that I don't draw the best drawings ever, but stick with me here. So we have our actor. This is Carl. Now Carl is going to make a request to a web server via the internet. So we'll draw a little bit of a bad cloud here. This is supposed to be the internet. Let's draw that in here. There we go. Internet, and we also have our actor Carl here, and he's going to make a request to a web server. Now, sorry, wrong button there, to a web server, and let's draw that as well. Let's make a pretty bad drawing of a server. There we go. That's our web server, and Carl is going to make a request to it. Now he's going to make the request to the internet, going to go to the web server, and when we talk about XML external entities, sometimes it's possible that Carl's request is going to consist of an XML. So in here, we might be able to find XML values like this, XML, your root document, and then you have a node, for example, first name, let's add a last name as well. Last name, I'm going to move this over soon. Last name, there we go. And that might be a request that Carl is making as well, of course. And this basically means that we're doing an XML request to our server. Now, I know that these are not as prevalent as they used to be, but stick with me here because we're going to learn a lot of new techniques that are really, really cool. Now, what's going to happen is that there has to be some kind of XML processor. So let's draw a little bit of text here. XML processor here, which will take in, if I can type, processor, which will take in that XML file that Carl sent to us. Now, the one thing that a lot of developers seem to forget is that by default, external entities are turned on by these XML processors. So let's draw a little bit of an XML processor here. There we go. This can be our XML processor. Now, this is going to also enable XML external entities in some cases. Now, what that basically means is that whenever Carl asks for an entity, can be a file, for example, again, and Carl puts that in his XML file, this XML processor might grab that for him. This also means that since we are in here in the internal network, this is not external anymore, that we might be able to force some SSRF behavior and actually go and grab some other servers that we weren't able to access before. Now, this can be pretty useful because if we have another server here, for example, and we call this server let's call it the administration server. Now, this server is going to have a GET request to the admin panel, but the admin request is only accessible from inside of this network. What that is going to mean is that if I want to go to the admin panel, I have to have VPN connection. Or does it? Now, what's really, really cool about this is I told you guys about that blind XXE attack, which is going to basically mean that I have my own web server as well. I'm going to draw that outside of the network because this is Carl's web server, of course. This is going to be Carl's server. And we're going to basically, if we do blind XXE attacks, what's going to happen is that specific XML processor is going to make a request to our server back. And if we check the logs, we know that we have a blind XXE attack. Now, we can also change that into an SSRF attack by just making that request go to the admin panel. And if this is not blind XXE, then we might get a response and we might be able to access the admin panel. And if the administrator has been so arrogant as to think that this is unhackable, or if you just set a very easy password, maybe not even a password at all, then we have luck, because then we can access the administrative section of this website, which we should never be able to do. So that's basically a little bit of a word about what XXE is. On the next chapters, we're going to talk a little bit about the attack factors. So I will see you there, amazing hacker. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, in the previous clip, welcome back, hacker. By the way, we talked a little bit about what XXE is, but we need to talk a little bit about the attack factors as well, of course, because everybody knows that this is so 2006, 2007. XMLs are not processed in this way anymore. And if a developer does it, he's probably doing something wrong. Usually it's JSON files that get used for this, or it's just the parameters in a post request. So what can we do to increase our attack surface, you might be wondering? Well, there are a couple of things that we can do. For example, I don't know if you guys know this, but we can insert an SVG in image fields sometimes. And what an SVG basically is it's going to be an XML file like we have to have in here, of course. Now I know that this is not the correct syntax for an SVG file, but I want to just show you. And in here we can have, for example, a text, let's call it just a text node that describes the x value equals 12 and the y value equals 12, and the text is going to say click me, and we close down our node as well /text, and we of course close down our SVG file. Now what this is going to do is it's going to produce an image file, and it's going to produce just a text that says click me at position x12 y12. What this is going to do is this is basically a very simple XML file, and SVG files are nothing more than XML files describing how images work. So that's exactly what we need for XML external entities attacks. What we can do in here is we can add our external entities in here in this SVG, and then if the picture gets resolved, because that's very important, if it simply stores the picture but never does anything with it, then it's not very resourceful, of course. It has to store the picture and resolve it, otherwise we can never get that specific request to work. But that's a good attack factor. Now I don't know if you guys know this, but you can also use PDFs, for example, to do XXC attacks. If we look at the structure of a PDF, we might have a post request to, I don't know, /pdf.php. Let's just call it that endpoint. And in here, we might have a body with a parameter, one equals test, and we might have a second parameter as well in here. Let me just see where the ampersand sign is. Well, let's just keep it at 1 then. Should be, there we go. So test, and parameter 2 will be, let's make it test 2. So this is all pretty easy still. This is just a post request, and this doesn't seem like there's an XML file in here at all, but there's basically going to be an application type header in here, application, again, wrong button, sorry about that, content type, content type, and it's going to describe what this file is made up of. And if it's accepting PDFs like this, you can maybe change the content type to XML. And again, I know this is totally not correct syntax, but correct syntax will be in the PDF, of course. If the content type is equal to XML, we might be able to change that into an XML structure. We have a plugin in Burp Suite for that, but we can also just do it manually using a JSON to XML converter, or a normal post request to XML converter, or we can just make it really easy on ourselves and just do it ourselves. We can have param1, and we can have a value in here /param1, and we can do that for parameter 2 as well. And that again enables us to do an XXC attack, possibly, of course. Now, those XXC attacks can also be done if you have a content type of JSON. You can, of course, you've already heard me talk a little bit about it, you can of course change your content type JSON to content type XML as well, and then you can use your JSON to XML converter to also get this working. Now, one other thing that a lot of people don't realize is that sometimes there are SOAP endpoints, and SOAP endpoints are basically XML files. So SOAP is also a good possibility. Let's name them up again. SVG That's going to be image file. So everywhere that we have an image that we resolve, we will test for. PDFs, we can possibly change the content types of. Speaking of content types, we can also do JSON. And then as a last one, as a last resort, if we see any SOAP requests, but this is usually SOAP less than version 1.2. I have to mention that as well. If the SOAP version is less than 1.2, we might also have something there. So that's our attack vectors that are possibly able to insert an external entity into. In the next chapter, we're going on to the exploits. Thank you very, very much for watching, Amazing Hacker, and I will see you in the next chapter. See you soon. Adios. Alright, Amazing Hacker. Welcome back. In the previous chapter, we talked a little bit about our attack vectors. But now, what exactly can we do with XXT? Because we talked a little bit about getting admin panels already, doing some SSRF. That's one of the possible exploits, and I won't be repeating it, of course, because I already went over it. But what we can also do is, for example, grab files. If the local file server has some files, for example, the etc shadow file, we can also grab that specific file via XXE. If we just grab it, we can then send that specific file over, or the content, to Carl, and that's also possible. Now you guys will find an example of that in the PDF. I'm not gonna type it out here because I will make way too many mistakes. One thing that's also possible is executing commands. Like, we don't have to apparently I stopped sharing my whiteboard, so let's go over to the whiteboard again. There we go. So you don't have to do this. You can also, if we just erase this for a second, we can also execute commands like the ls command, for example. That's also a possibility. So we do an expect here, and then a double point, a slash ls, for example. We might even be able to make a reverse shell back to our own server with this way. So there are many different possibilities of exploiting SSRF vulnerabilities. We can even do, XXE vulnerabilities. I keep saying SSRF. We can even do DOSing. What we can do is, if we keep declaring new and more entities, these XML processes are not built to handle a lot of external entities. So if we keep stacking them, and if we keep sending the same request over and over again, we might be able to cause an application level denial of service. One thing you have to know about this is that this is not cool. You are not allowed to destroy production servers. You are not allowed to simply test this on any server. You need permission of the owner, because this can destroy a lot of data. It can completely destroy environments if you're not careful, because there might be a backup going on or something you don't know about. Just contact the owner of your target. Now there's also the blind XXE, which we talked about a little already. Blind XXE does not seem very exploitable because we cannot, for example, do an expect ls. We cannot grab a file from the web server. We cannot look at the admin panel because it's blind. We don't see the response of what's going on. So there's basically just one thing that we can really do, and that's we can actually try and scan for, we cannot even scan for IP addresses, by the way, internally, because that's something we can also do. But not all hope is lost, guys, because blind XXE, we can still exploit a little bit. And now I'm going to have to cheat a little bit for my own. Let me see real quick. Blind XXE, of course, can be able to execute, for example, if you grab a file, you can get that as a get parameter. So let's go back to the whiteboard real quick and let's show you guys. So let's say we grab a file from the web server up here, and that file will be sent back to Carl, but Carl won't be able to read it because it's blind XXE. Well, then we might have a problem unless we send that data over to Carl's server as a get parameter. That's really easy to do. We just do a GET request to HTTP curl server, and then we get the let's see, we do a question mark and we get the, let's just call it file, and then we just paste the entity in there. That's a way we can exploit blind XXE. So thank you guys for watching. If you guys want practical examples, again, they will be in the PDF, and I will see you in the next chapter. The last chapter is going to go, or the last few chapters, I should say, are going to go about bypassing web application filters, XXE tools in specific, and the prevention of XXE. So thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next chapter. Alright guys, let's talk a little bit about web application filters, shall we? So let's imagine all of this is gone and there's actually a WAF in here. Oh no, a WAF, you might think, but whenever there's a WAF, my ears go tingling, because that means there is something to hide that the developers didn't want you to see and that they couldn't solve in any other way but to put a WAF in there. Believe me guys, if you've ever configured one of these things, you don't put them in for your pleasure. This is an absolute necessity, I should say. Now, this web application filter might hold back any request that goes on and that wants to call for a file, that wants to call for an expect. This WAF is smart. It filters SVG files. It even looks in images, guys. Yes, SVG files are filtered out by this WAF. This is a pretty good one. So what can we do about it? Well, let's try to encode our payload, and maybe this WAF won't be able to sniff it up. Then we can do a base 64 encoding of our complete payload, and then we can decode it by using the eval function in the XML document, of course. We can do the same thing with UTF-7. Practical examples, again, are going to be in the course themselves. So those are just two of the encodings that exist. You can, of course, think of many more of these encodings, and you can apply them yourself. Now, I encourage you to actually go and look at some of these encodings, and then for the next time that you want to use them, you can try a different encoding. Because guys, every single developer is going to look at the most used encodings and is going to try to add those to his web application filter. At least that's what I would do. So that was the chapter on WAFs. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next chapter. Alright, amazing hackers, on to the final stretch. We've talked a little bit about what XXEs are, so let's summarize real quick. What is an XXE? An XXE is basically an XML external entity attack, allowing XML processors to grab external entities. How can we exploit them? We have SVGs, we have PDFs, we have JSONs, we have SOAP list in version 1.2. How can we get around web application filters? Oh, and also how can we properly exploit them ourselves? How can an XXE work? XXEs can be exploited in a couple of different ways. We can grab files with XXEs. We can also execute commands. Now, all of these things, it's really important that you mind what kind of operating system you're watching and actually attacking. Because if this is a Windows server, there's no use in grabbing the etc shadow file because it will not be there. You will need to find files on the C directory. We can also, let's see here, SSRF, that's also a possibility, of course. We can also do a little bit of blind XXE, and we can do that by still grabbing files and sending the data onto a web server in a GET request. And we can do application level denial of service attacks. So those are the possibilities for our attacks. Now, there are a couple of tools available to us, but there won't be very many. You guys can look them up. It's just XXE tools in Google. It's not that hard. I have some suggestions, but you guys will notice that there are just not that many, and it's really simple. There's a reason why. It's because most of these things, most of these XXC attacks are really easy to find by running static code analysis tools. And then we move over to the prevention section. Basically, what we can do is we can have a static code analysis tool, and it's going to check every single thing we have in here. So let's draw that for you guys real quick. This is going to be our static code analysis tool. Let's give it a name as well, static code analysis tool, and is basically going to see for every single one of these elements, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? And it's going to check every single thing and see if it can find any dependencies that might be vulnerable to XXC attacks. So static code analysis tools are used often, but of course as an attacker we don't have access to the source code. So it's going to be hard using one of these tools if we can't even see the source code. We can use dynamic analysis tools as well, which will run the actual application and see if it can feed it some data, which is an XXC data, and then see if it can output some actual XXC attacks. But those are going to be a lot less useful because by default they will not be configured to check for XXC properly, and they will usually require some extra steps. Now, manual testers, in my opinion, you always have manual testers in a company, and they're not trained nearly enough for XXC attacks. I see this often because not a lot of testers even know what an XXC attack is, and that's a very, very important because it's really hard to spot these attacks, and any XML that a manual tester sees should ring an alarm bell for them. Hey, this might be vulnerable to XXC. I'm gonna have to check this. Really, really important. There are a few risk factors as well, and I'm going to switch over to my document to have a little bit of a peek there. So for the risk factors, there are, if our target processes XML files, of course, that's a prerequisite for us. The target has to allow possibly tainted DTD sections of an XML file, and the processor should not be made to validate the XML files that come in with an XSD file. If the processor is configured to resolve external entities as well, that's simply begging for an XXC attack, and you're doing most of the things wrong unless you really, really need that. But that situation is something that I can hardly imagine. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for all of the support. It really, really means a lot to me. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope I will see you in the next one with a million bucks. Bye, amazing hacker.
What is up, you amazing hackers? I hope you're all doing well today. We're going to talk a little bit about blind XXC. So we have 3 topics for you today. We're going to go over blind XXC itself. We're going to talk a little bit about XML parameter entities, really interesting one. And we're going to talk a little bit about Burp Collaborator. So let's get right into it, shall we? First of all, I want to mention Burp Collaborator real quick. So we'll go over to that tab first of all. Here you can see a cool diagram that Burp, that Portswigger foresaw for us, so we can use it for our demonstration real quick. Now, what Burp Collaborator is it's pretty much just a web server, a server that's floating somewhere in the World Wide Web, something that's always listening for requests that are being sent to it. That's it. It just waits there on the internet for requests that are being sent. And it's hosted by Portswigger, so you don't have to worry about setting up a server. It can handle multiple requests like HTTP, DNS, SMTP, and we'll show you guys how it works in a second. So the next thing I want to talk a little bit about is XML parameter entities, because we're going to need them in one of these labs. And we're also going to talk a little bit about blind XXC. Let's start with that one, shall we? Now, blind XXC, you probably already know blind cross-site scripting. It's when you launch an XXC attack, but you don't know what returns. Like, for example, when you try to get some data on the system, some internal data, like the etc passwords file using XXE, you can do that, but for sometimes the server only returns, for example, parsing error, or it doesn't return any error messaging at all, or it just doesn't return anything, so you're stuck wondering if your XXE worked or not. And that's why you can test for blind XXE as well. Now you're going to need the Burp collaborator for this, so what I've done for you is, first of all, let me show you guys my setup. We're going to start up the lab, which I've already done. I have my Firefox, which is pointing to my Burp proxy as well, and we're going to view the details of one of these products. Now I'm going to show you guys what you need to do to actually resolve this blind XXE, but I'm also going to show you guys what you need to do to resolve the labs, because those two are a little bit different. Now, first thing I want to do is, of course, identify my vulnerability, and Port Trigger has been so kind to just describe it for us. They tell us that it's in the check stock functionality. So that's the first thing, of course, we're going to do is check the stock, and then we're going to go and check our HTTP history, see what it brings. And when we go and check the product stock, we can see on the request, there we go, that there is an XML being sent. So that's the first thing we want to try, of course, is we want to go and check out if we can do something cool with this XML. So I'm going to go back to the solution real quick, because I don't want to spend half an hour finding things out. What you want to do is just copy this, and what you do here is you declare a doc type, and you declare the doc type stock check. And this is because, as you can see, one of our XML entities is a stock check, so that's why you declare your doc type on the stock check, and you declare an entity for this doc type that you just made called XXE, and it's using the system call, and it's doing some call to this HTTP address. So we'll include this in here, and what we have to do when we do that is, as you can see, your subdomain here .burpcollaborator.net, you can click on the top menu and you can start Burp via the Burp tab, and then you can go to Burp Collaborator client. Now when you do that, you'll see that a new window will open, and in this collaborator client you get the option to generate X amount of payloads. You might want to generate more for when you're fuzzing, and you can include the server location. So I can copy this to my clipboard, and when I copy it now, I'm going to have my random string .burpcollaborator.net. If I uncheck this check mark and I copy it to the clipboard, I'll only have my random string and not the .burpcollaborator.net. So I'm going to do that in this case. I'm going to uncheck my check mark and copy it to my clipboard. And I'm going to change my polling speed to every 5 seconds, because I just want to be fast in this case. I don't mind performance. The reason they take a 60-second polling rate is because they want to improve in performance, but that's not that important to me. Now where it says your subdomain here, just replace that with the string that you just copied from the Burp Collaborator client. So what we have open here is a collaborator client, which means that we're interacting with a server, which is the Burp Collaborator server that we just talked about in the beginning of this video. Now what we want to do, of course, is also call our external entity that we just created. So we'll just copy this XXE and we'll call it in the product ID. It doesn't really matter where you call it. So we'll put it here in the product ID, and we'll put point comma there to just finish that. And we'll send it. Now what's going to happen is, when we send this request, we'll see an invalid product ID. But that's okay, because when we go back to our collaborator client, we can easily see that we have a DNS call, an HTTP call, and another DNS call. So we know that our blind XXE, and this is why they call it blind, because they only give you an error message invalid product ID. But we know from our collaborator client that we have some calls coming into our system. So that's blind XXE, not that simple. I'll add on another layer of complexity for now. We'll start with XML parameter entities. So I'm going to keep it real simple for you guys, also for myself. It's just for simplicity and for the sake of this video. What you need to do about XML parameter entities are that they are an entity of the DTD. So they are typical to the document type definition. You won't find them in the XML themselves normally, so you'll see what I mean in a second with that. And they're just like all of the other entities, but they are marked by a %sign. So what that means when we open our solution, as you can see, we have our same doc type, still declared on stock check, this time also an entity declared, but we have a %xxe, and this is what declares our XML parameter entity. Now, as you can see, we declare our parameter over here instead of in the product ID this time. Let's start up the lab real quick, which I have in again. It's also marked by this lab is also the same. So we go back to the details of a product. Our session seems to have expired, so let's access the lab again. Been talking for too much, I guess. Let's open it in a new tab. And when we access this lab and go to the functionality that we did before, so view details, and we check the stock, we can see that again we create an XML request. Here we go, product stock. So let's send this again to the repeater, see what we can do. Now what we need to do is I'm going to go to the solution real quick again, and I'm going to declare my doc type, and this time I'm going to copy this whole sentence in here, just like previous times, but instead of declaring my entity in my stock check in here, you can see that I'm declaring it in my document type definition. So that's the big difference. XML parameter entities are also useful if the document itself is blocked for some reason. Now what we want to do is again include our random string that collaborator gave us, and we can paste it again in our subdomain here. And when we send this, we don't have to change anything in product ID. When we send this, we're going to get a parsing error. We're going to poll, and as you can see, when polling, we get our new requests in. So that's the big difference between XML blind XXE, sorry, and blind XXE using the XML parameter entities. Now, if you guys really want to solve the lab, all you have to do is remove your subdomain from this request, and this is going to solve the labs as well. They do this, I don't know why you have to call the public domain. So as you can see in the requirements here, you have to call the public collaborator and not your private one, which is obvious because they can't check your private instance. Otherwise it wouldn't be private, of course. So that was it for this video. I hope I added some value to your life. If I did, you know what to do, and I hope I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello, you amazing hackers. I hope you're all doing well today. We're going to talk a little bit about XXE and how to perform an SSRF attack with this XXE. So in this specific lab, we have a feature that's supposed to check the stock, and this feature will parse XML. Now, if you guys have seen my previous video, you'll probably know that XML is often vulnerable to XXE because it's an overlooked function of XML, and it's really, really useful for hackers like us. Now, the lab itself is running a simulated EC2 metadata endpoint. When we go and look at the description from AWS about these endpoints, we can view some information. We can see that there is data on this endpoint that might be useful to us. And we can also see a warning that you can only access the instance metadata and user data from within the instance itself. That's why we need to perform our SSRF. And the data is not protected by authentication or cryptographic methods. That's really important because if we can access this data, we can just read it. We don't have to authenticate to read any of the data. Now, AWS suggests to not store any sensitive data on this endpoint, but of course in the labs they have. So let's try to exploit this, shall we? Now, I've already done a few things, as you can see. Let's check the stock again. And when we check the stock, we can see that in the request we are sending an XML payload, just like expected. Now we're going to edit this payload, and we're going to add in our XXE attack vector. And of course, we also have to print out our entity. So we're going to replace the product ID with our entity and XXE point comma. There we go. And we're going to send this. Excuse me. Now initially, we're going to have a response invalid product ID latest. This latest is just a response from the EC2 endpoint, and it's telling us that we need to go to the latest folder. So we're going to adjust our XXC attack vector, and we're going to include this folder like expected. There we go. Now when we send this again, we're going to see a new folder pop up, metadata. That's because we're not in the correct folder yet, of course. So we're going to do this recursively until we've uncovered the correct one. Now I know from experience that it's the admin folder in metadata and EAM, sorry, but I'm just going to go through the process like you guys would. There we go. /metadata/ ooh, did something wrong there. EAM, there we go. Resend it. We're going to have a new response, security credentials. Going to edit this and resend it again. Now as you can see, this is a lot of just recursive editing and resending. There we go, got a new response, admin, and we're finally almost there. Our last request /admin, sorry for the pop-up guys. There we go. When we send this, we get our AWS HMAC key. So that's pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, I hope I'll see you in the next video. And please leave a like because it really helps with the YouTube algorithm if you enjoyed. Thank you very much, and I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello you amazing hackers, I hope you're all doing well. Right now we're going to talk a little bit about XXC and how to use it to get some exploits. So let's get right into it, shall we? What exactly is XXC? XXC is XML external entity. So you probably already heard about the NLT and LGT tags. Like I'm going to open it right now. As you can see right here, NLT and LGT represent less than and greater than signs. Those are actually XML entities. So XML entities is something not a lot of developers know about. It's an external entity, and we can create these entities ourselves as well. So we have the less than and greater than entity, but you can also create your own entity. For example, they create an entity here called T1, and that entity contains twice the entity bar. Now the entity bar in this case contains the text word, so it's going to print out hello world, 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 and it's going to keep on doing that because, as you can see, they keep on creating entities which chain the previous entities together. So they start out with the entity bar, and then they put that entity into the T1 together, and then they put that one into the T2, and further on into the T3, etc. And we can call those entities just like we would call the less than and greater than sign. So here they say hello and T3, which will call this entity here, and this will be the result. So that's all that XML entities is. It's pretty much just a variable that you can declare in XML and you can call upon later. So knowing that, we can go into the lab right here and we can start viewing some details. Now we know that in the check stock there is an XML check. So let's bring out our network tab here real quick and we'll start checking the stock. Now when we do that and we open the request tab, we can see that some XML has been sent. Now we can edit this XML, so I'm going to edit it in my Firefox tab, and I'm going to insert the XML entity that they have in the solution here. I'm going to insert this specific entity after the XML opening tag. So they already have the XML opening tag, we just need to insert our own entity. There we go. Now we've created an entity called XXE. Now when we send this, you're going to see that nothing is going to happen. We're just going to return the response like we're used to, and nothing strange is happening because it's the same response. But what we need to do is we've created this entity now, but we haven't called it yet. So when we create this entity, we need to call it as well. Now I'm going to do this in the product ID. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to call it like we just saw in our example. First of all, the end sign. Then I'm going to put my variable name in there and a point comma to end my sentence. Now when I do that, you're going to see a 400 return, but that 400 is just because the JSON that's returned is not readable. So as you can see, we've been able to get the etc password file just using XML entities. I hope this was useful for you guys. If it was, please leave a like up. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm. And I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye. What's up, you amazing hackers? I hope you're all doing well today. So as you know, we're hosting RedCTF soon. If you want to be in RedCTF, if you want to be a participant, make sure to check out the description below, because we have this awesome, amazing box that's built by two great guys, the Art and Andreas. Honestly, one of the best boxes I've ever tested, and really based on real life experiences. So get on it, guys. I challenge you. I hereby officially challenge you for RedCTF. Details will be in the description below. Now let's get on to the XXE. If you want to join RedCTF, I would pay close attention now. Exploiting XXE via image file upload. This lab lets users attach avatars to comments and uses the Apache Basic library to process avatar image files. To solve the lab, upload an image that displays the content of the etc hostname file after processing. Then use the submit solution button to submit the value of the server's hostname. Now, what they say, a couple of things, the Apache library that they discuss here. The first thing that you should do if you see one of those libraries, if you see any library at all, is just look up how to exploit it, if there are any common exploits for that library. And as you can see in our case, we have an XXE common injection here. So we have a common injection in the Basic library. Now, this is something that should put you on a path already. Now, they discuss XML, in particular XML files. As you can see here, they have a normal XML file that they use. We're going to use an SVG file, and they also discussed that a little bit. So I implemented a small sample application which uses the SVG to PNG/JPEG, transcoding classes in the same way the investigated web application does. So this means this should give us a tip. SVG could possibly be vulnerable to XXE as well, and that's because an SVG is basically just an image, but the contents of that image are going to be determined by the XML content of the file. So as you can see here, and I'm going to go over my own example that I've created for you guys, well, that I've copy and pasted from the Portwigger Labs, that is. So you, of course, first of all, start up your XML tag to declare your XML file. And then you're going to create a doc type, and as you guys know from my previous videos on XXEs, you declare your entities in your doc type. So we make a new entity in the doc type test, and we call the entity XXE, and we say that it has to execute a system command and it has to get this file specifically. So then we open our SVG file, and in this SVG file we put a new text in here with a font size of 16, and we tell it to put our entity in the text. So this is going to, when we go back to our website, let's go to the blog real quick. As you can see on the blog, it has a few blog posts, and when we view one of these posts, of course we can leave a comment behind. Now in here we can upload an avatar. Now if you want to try XXE, of course the first thing you would try is to upload like an XML file. We're not going to try to upload an XML file, because if we do that, it's going to tell us that it's not possible. So let's just enter some test data here, google.com. There we go, and post our comment. And when we try that, it says avatar file must be an image. Now luckily for us, SVG files are also images. So I have the SVG file that I just showed you guys. Remember, it has an external entity in it. We're going to try to upload this SVG file, and then when we post our comment, we're going to wait a little while. There we go, we have our comment posted. And now when we go back to the blog post, you can see this tiny little image here, and this image has a text in it. Now it's really hard to read, but if I enlarge this image, so if I just copy the image location and then just go to it, you can see what the actual host name of the server is supposed to be. This is the text that we've gathered. Now I would like to thank you all very, very much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, you know what to do. Once again, details for RedCTF are in the description below, and I officially challenge you. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye everyone. What's up, you amazing hackers? I hope you're all doing well today. So first of all, you guys killed it at RedCTF. We're going to do the box today, and we're going to tell you guys how to solve it. If you guys want to follow along, Link will be in the description below. So let's get started, shall we? Now, first of all, we had a few write-ups, and we also had a prize for the best write-up available. We had a discussion among the people who were supposed to review those, and we couldn't come to a conclusion to which should be the winner. So what we've done is we've picked the 3 best ones, which were Cymax, MatP, and Bad Boy in this case, and we're going to pick a random one. So let's do that right away, shall we? Now, of course, thank you guys all so much for joining, and it looks like Cymax is the winner. Damn, Cymax, you are killing it. That guy won 2 prizes and also this one, so that's going to be your 3rd prize. Awesome, 3 months of Try Hack Me. Good job, man. Now let's get on to the box, shall we? But before we do that, I want to take just one moment to dedicate this video to my boy, my king. He's my ferret I'm talking about. His name is Barra. Barra died recently, that's why the videos have been a little bit lacking, but I want to eternalize his spirit in this video because he was a fighter. He was amazing, and he was so strong, and he was all that this room encompasses, like a fighter, you know. You're going to have to be a fighter to solve this room. So let's get started, shall we? Now, of course, again, link is going to be in the description below. If you go to this link directly, it probably won't work because the room will probably be private again. You're going to start up this room. It's going to take a while before the machine is fully started. So give it about 10 minutes, I would say, at least 10 minutes. And then you can start doing your first things. Now, of course, first things first, what I would do is an nmap scan. And nmap showed me here that there are a couple of ports open. Now let's put this text a little bbit bigger. I've been asked to do that. There are a few ports open, port 22 and port 80. That's really important. Also, nmap, I use the -sc and -sv parameters there. That's sc will execute the default scripts, and sv will do banner enumeration, and that banner enumeration has got me that on port 80 we have an HTTP open with Node.js running. That's going to be important later. Now, if you guys go back, I would highly recommend you read the description of the room as well. There are going to be some tips in here, some hints for you guys. Now, first things first, of course, I would serve there. Now, while I serve there, I would start up my few other scans like Nikto. I would also do a Durbuster to see what's running in the background. But all of the files here are easily found. So these are just the menu items. When you navigate to the IP directly, you can see the menu items here. A couple of interesting things we can see: an upload functionality. Now, when you first click this, you're going to have to log in, but you don't have an email address yet or an account, so you're going to have to register, which I already did, and then of course you can log in. Now, when we're logged in, the first thing I like to do is check out what's happening, what's being set. Is there like a session cookie being set? Is there something being set somewhere? So we're going to go back to login. We're going to clear this here, and we're going to retry this. And we can see in the request and the response here, nothing really interesting. So this is the request. The cookies here, we can see something interesting. We see an HTTP only cookie, so that means we cannot steal it using cross-site scripting, and it has a value, and this looks suspiciously like a JWT token. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to jwt.io. I'm going to check out what's happening in the background, you know, just see what this JWT is all about. And we can see here that we have in this JWT a payload with an identifier, is admin set to false, and is IAT set to some value. No idea, issued at this apparently means. So now we also have an HMAC signature, but we do not have the secret yet. So any change we make in here is going to be invalid because our signature isn't going to be correct. So this JWT, of course, isn't going to be accepted. Now we're going to need to find this key somehow, so we'll remember this for later if we want to manipulate the JWT. A couple of other things we can see here. We can do file uploads, so we can try to upload like a shell and see if we can get anything that way. Now, of course, that's not going to work here. What we were aiming for here and what the builders of the box did was they put an XXE in here, and that's really awesome. I'm going to show you guys how it works, because if you try to upload like, let me get the correct document. If you try to upload like anything that's not a docx or a txt file, you're going to get an error saying you can only upload these files. Now, you guys all know that XXEs occur through XMLs. So if you look at the structure of a docx, I'm going to link this article in the description as well. If you look at the structure, you can see that it's basically a ton of XML files just being propped up. And you can see here, if you unzip your docx file, that you have a document.xml. And this document.xml, we can also insert our external entities in. Now in here they give the example of getting the file etc password. You guys can do that, but it's not going to be very useful in this case. What's going to need to happen is, since we're working on, let's go back here, since we are working on our node.js, we need the environment file for this. So the .env file. Now, where is this .env file stored, you might ask? Let me upload this file real quick. When we go to the files, you can see the upload path in here. So this is going to be the full upload path that you need. And you need to know where the env file is. So when we open this resume.docx, you can see that we finally find our token secret. And this token secret is what we need to, again, let's copy this real quick. We need this to encrypt our JWT token. Also, we can find the first flag in here. This flag was not worth any points. This was worth just a little bit of, you know, good on you, you're going the right way. And if we paste our signature in here, we can see that the signature is verified. Now let's copy this JWT token. In fact, I'm going to quickly do this again just to make sure that I have the correct JWT token. So I'm going to copy and paste my JWT token in here. Going to change isAdmin to true. I'm going to copy this. There we go. And I'm going to paste it over my existing cookies value, of course. There we go. Save this. And now I should be administrator. You might be asking yourself, okay, you're an administrator. So now what? Can I still upload files? Yeah, so I'm still logged in. Can I look at the files? Yeah, I can still look at the files, but I don't see any new functionality. So, but wait a second, when I open a file, there is a big orange delete button, delete file. Now that might be interesting. That's some new functionality we've gained as an administrator. So those were the first couple of steps. The next steps are going to be in a separate video. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, you know what to do. Please leave me a like. I would really appreciate that. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye everyone. Bye. Alright, what's up you amazing hackers? Let's get on to XXE, shall we now? XXE, what is it? And let's talk about the types of it as well, because XXE, not as simple as you might think. And we're also going to talk a little bit about our attack strategy and increasing our attack surface, which is a pretty important topic in my opinion. Now, first of all, what is XXE? When we talk about XXE, we're actually talking about XML external entities. Now, this is what happens when XML documents get parsed, and often developers will try to implement these standard XML processing libraries, XML processing APIs, and they contain some dangerous features by default, which these developers might not be aware of, like XML external entities. It's basically just a feature of XML, but if you leave it enabled, it can cause some serious harm. Now, the external, it basically refers to that you're working outside of your document type definition. That's your DTD, and XMLs, DTDs, and external entities. If you want to know more about that, I would encourage you to look it up. It's a little bit outside of the range of this bug bounty course, of course. So there are different types of XXE. You can use XXE to retrieve files, to perform SSRF, to perform blind XXE. That's also a very interesting one. And there's much more, of course. First of all, let's talk a little bit about the more basic ones. So retrieving these files is going to be one of the more basic ones that are out there, and it's basically going to allow you to define an external entity, and that's this external entity thing that we were talking about. Here we did define our entity basically. We call our entity XXE because we have to name the beast something, right? And then we say we make a system call. Now this system call can be anything. It can be an ls, it can be a file grab, it can be a lot of things. So be mindful of that. It doesn't have to be the file call as we do here, but in this instance we're basically grabbing the ECC password file, and then we're going to try to insert our external entity into every single one of the fields that we have available to us. It's going to be very important that we test every single field, and I know it's very annoying if we have a giant XML document to test all of those different entries in there for XXE, but it's the only thing to test for it thoroughly. So if you really want to test for it, then we're going to have to test for it in this way. Again, what we do here, we define our external entity and then we print it out in one of these fields. Now, as for SSRF, of course, as I told you guys before, it doesn't have to be a file call. It can also be an HTTP call, and this will look more familiar to some of you in the browser. Like if you type your HTTP call, you're going to make an HTTP request. If you type your file call, you're making a file request. But you can also put anything in here. Again, you can put your ls command in here. There's tons of possibilities. And in here you see, for example, what we've done is we've made a call to the internet of the cheese shop, which is not publicly available from the public internet, but it's available from the intranet, which we will abuse to exploit our XXE attack into. Again, we will have to print out our entity into some node somewhere down into our XML document, so that's very important. We will test again into every single node because that's the only way to properly test for XXE. Unfortunately, there isn't yet a systematic way to tell which parameters are going to be vulnerable, but that's also fortunate for us, of course, because that's going to make some possibility for us as bug bounty hunters to find this vulnerability type still. Now, if you want to know more about SSRF, there's also a chapter on that. I'd recommend you look more into that over there. And we can, I seem to have included the same file twice. Now for blind SSRF, this is going to be your major source of XXE. This is where the majority of your XXE attacks are going to take place in the blind XXE space. That basically means that if we define an entity like this, we're never going to see it output in any of these nodes. If we want to exploit that, if we will be looking for it, we will use, for example, our Burp collaborator plugin that we can just use. Sorry, it's not a plugin, it's just included with Burp. But in the pro version, you have your private instance of your collaborator. In your community edition, it's going to be your community. You're going to have a shared instance of collaborator, but you can paste this URL for the collaborator or your own out-of-band server. It doesn't have to be collaborator, by the way. This can be any web server that you're hosting, as long as you can see an HTTP call coming into there or a DNS call, then you know that you might have blind XXE the same way as you have blind SSRF. So that's also a possibility, just hosting your own web server. Now, if we have our entity in there and we're going to make that HTTP call, we will be getting a callback on our system, and then we will see the access logs displaying, okay, we have had that call coming from this specific IP address. We can do some data exfiltration as well. It's in the same way as we're going to exfiltrate data when we have a cross-site scripting attack and we want to steal data from the page, or we want to steal cookies. We're basically just going to make it into a get parameter, and then that get parameter is going to be viewable in the access logs of our server that we control as the attacker. Now, as for blind XXE, you can also, for example, try to
grab your file, put it into an errors environment, which is going to produce this error here, and then you're going to print out that error. So that's also a possibility. But these blind XXC attacks, of course, are going to be somewhat harder than your normal XXC attacks. And you're going to be able to exploit them in the same way, showing the same impact as in grabbing files from the system, executing commands like TLS command, or just doing SSRF attacks. Now, if you want some more attack surface, because that's really important, first of all, we're going to need a solid attack strategy for this. Again, I use my Burp collaborator because since blind XXC is going to be the most prevalent thing out there, I always use Burp collaborator to test for blind XXC from the start. I create this as a test.xml file and I'll upload it wherever possible, or I'll look specifically if there is XML being sent. I'll try to change it and adapt that. And then I'll look in my Burp collaborator if I see any of those HTTP and DNS requests coming in. Now, if I do, I can try my normal file inclusion thing. I can try smuggling the data out of band like we did with the get parameter, as you guys saw before. That's a possibility. Or we can try our normal SSRF attack strategy from there. But as you guys probably know, XML is going to be very limited. When is the last time you've seen XML in its production environment? For me, it's pretty limited, at least if we're talking about basic XML files. But as you guys might have noticed, there's more than just basic XML files. For example, you have an SVG file, which is basically just an XML file that describes how an image is supposed to look. And wherever we can upload that SVG file, we can also test for XXC, of course. So that's a possibility there. We can try for some docx/xls testing that can also be used for XXC, because in and of itself, in its core, and docx document is basically also just a collection of XML files, which is going to be processed by a backend server possibly, which is also might lead to an XXC vulnerability. Now, one thing we can also do, for example, is SOAP requests. That's basically just an XML file in the backend as well that we're sending on. So the SOAP envelope is something that we can try XML external entities on as well. There's a lot of different attack surfaces, and we should never limit ourselves to just XML files. Even though it's named XML external entities, there's so much more attack surface that we can do. Basically anything that's composed of XML files is a potential attack surface for us here. Thank you for watching, dear viewer, and I will see you in the next video. See you soon!